Okay, we're back, right? We're back. Yes. We're back. Okay, for some reason my internet just died. It showed the no internet connection on the taskbar. I had to right click, go to troubleshoot, and it was like, okay, we reset the Wi-Fi 2 adapter. Problem fixed. And then it was fixed. So I guess that happens. Wait, no way. Don't say we're back to 720. Don't do this to me. No. It's 1080. At least OBS is outputting 1080. So, cozy. I'm on to you. Okay, Lozzie, you get a restart on that one. I was clearly ahead. So don't forget that I was ahead. You got a little lucky break right there. I was up 2-1. You had a win, but in that game, I was up 2-1 before I pressed the back button and then subsequently somehow destroyed my internet. But we're back. It borked, but we're back. We're all good now. Everything is excellent. Splendid. We are back. You know what I want to play? I want to play rock, paper, scissors with Deck. Because he just doesn't want to play against me for some reason. Hello, Huru. Unplug your internet when losing. I wasn't the one losing, okay? Check this out. Ooh. Check this out. Easy money. Let's go. 2-0. She's crumpling right now. She's crumpling. Watch. She's just going to choose paper because she doesn't know what to do. Ooh, scissors. Okay, not bad. Yeah. Is this how you were when you were defeating your nephew in Smash? I was very nice, okay? Ooh, 3-0 sweep. Let's go. I'm warming up. 1-1. Best out of 3. First to 2. I was very nice. To be honest, because he was very excited. So, for those who aren't in the know, I went down to DC, visited my sister's family, and my nephew, who's 8 or 9 or something, challenged me to... Oh my gosh. He challenged me to Smash Ultimate one-on-one. So I was like, okay, I'm going to kick this kid's butt. Let me not be too mean about it. And just... Holy crap. This is a ploy to get me to talk so that I would lose. But anyway, he was really excited to play, as all 8-year-olds are. And then as we started to play, he was like, wow, you're really good. And then before the end of the first game, I could tell he was getting a little bit like, this isn't really fun anymore kind of vibes. I was like, oh, shoot, I feel a little bit bad. So at that point, I was like, I was trash talking him before the game started because he was trash talking me. So it's only fair. But then after we started playing and I started kicking his butt, I was like, okay, I'm not going to trash talk him anymore. It just kind of feels bad. And so I just kept playing and kept beating him, and you know how it goes. And he's like, wow, you're really good. And then he's like, as long as, I'll keep playing with you as long as you aren't rubbing it in my face or being mean about it. And I was like, okay, yeah, no problem. I won't do that. So I did it. I didn't trash talk him or rub it in his face. I just dealt out a nice butt whooping in Smash. Granted, I have many more years of experience playing Smash related games. Oh, I'm not even thinking right now. Okay, good game. Is it first? Do we usually play first to 3 or do we play first to 2? It's been so long since I played. Oh, let's play first to 3. Let's go. Comeback time. Yeah, let's do first to 3. Come on. Let's go. Wait. It is 3-1? Never mind. I'm drunk. Just kidding. One shot, Steven. Okay, Jack, let's go. I'm gonna check my phone and see if Ryan's getting back to us. Dude, just play. Just play. What? So for those of you who are watching and think that this game is just a game of chance, I implore you to consider that it might not be. And it might be a game of skill and mind reading. Wait, Teos? No. No. To lose fast. Wow, thanks for losing fast. Wait, guys, what are we gonna do if Teha comes? What are we gonna break out the Matrix boards? Hold on. What's our raid? Our oh gosh, I'm not ready for this. Okay, we're just gonna stare at the camera. What do we do? What do we do? No. Oh my gosh. Norba woke. Oh boy. Hello, friends. Why, hello there. Hi, Nathan. Hello, Nathan and Raiders. Oh my gosh. Hi, Choobs. I'm here. I'm not part of the raid. I just got home. Hello, friends. Welcome. My name is Choobs. Welcome to the Choobs stream. Oh my gosh. Hello, Raptors. My words per minute is up to 104 thanks to you. Let's go. Thanks for that 2-month resub. Okay. F5 Chatterino. What am I F5ing? Oh, do we have a new emote? Channel emotes. Hello, friends. Okay, so I figured for this special occasion, I would go into my stash of keyboards and bring out something that maybe Nathan hasn't even seen in person himself. I'm not sure. Nathan, tell me if you have seen this before. Inbox 20k, let's go. Ooh, yes, I see the Norba woke. I like it. Okay. Here's the board. I mean, Nathan has access to pretty much like every single board that ever gets made or exists. So it's unlikely, but this is what we unboxed on stream last time we were here. Oh gosh, the face cam is scuffed. Guys, I promise. Okay, we're just gonna go back to face cam. This is the Matrix Falcon, which is the 60% that is a new Matrix board. Oh my gosh, the scuffed face cam. I streamed not from home last week, so some things are still scuffed on the transition back. But yes, my name is Choobs. I am a streamer who streams mostly keyboard or keyboard related content. Hello, T-Cards. Sometimes I will stream other things like Minecraft. For example, I'm currently playing through Minecraft with T-Cards and Asian Fork because none of us have played Minecraft before. In the 10 years that the game was out, we just never played it. So we were like, you know, how cool would it be if we did like a Minecraft newbie series? And so that's what we're doing. We've done 2 parts so far. Maybe about a total of 5 hours playtime, 6 hours playtime. It's a pretty fun game. I can see why people like it. still getting through it and learning stuff and discovering things. Obviously 5 hours is not a lot of playtime, but it's a good time. Thank you guys for those follows, by the way. I won't read all the names out loud right now, but I appreciate each one of you. Part 3 coming soon. This is true. So here on the Choobs stream, we enjoy Matrix keyboards. I don't know what you guys think about Matrix keyboards. I'm gonna fix this face cam right now. It's so scuffed. Here we go. We'll just run with this for now. But one of the unofficial requirements of being a Matrix or being a Choobs follower is liking Matrix keyboards. Because how could you not like this beautiful keyboard? I don't have any personal opinions on the Noah. I do know that's a bit of a contentious board, perhaps, but come on. You gotta love lilac. So in addition to liking Matrix keyboards, another thing that we really like here is Ryan Norbauer. So Ryan's actually going to be on stream in a little bit. He should be stopping by soon. I'm sure many of you guys know Ryan from Nathan's stream because Ryan has visited Nathan at his place of residence and been on his stream before for in-person things.
My WPM is up to 104 thanks to you.
Oh wow, that was quite a while ago. That's my dream. Hopefully I will stream with Ryan in person one day. But he is one of my favorite people on the face of the planet. And I'm very excited to have another Life Talk stream with him where we discuss anything and everything. Thank you for those follows again, guys. Oh, I need to start Choobs. Actually, Choobs should be working. Try now. Yes. Choobs commands are up. Yeah, so we like to keep it pretty real here, pretty down to earth. I think keyboards are cool and all, but what I personally really care about in life is really connecting with people, talking with people about why they live life, you know, what they enjoy, like their passions, their relationships, their ambitions, their dreams. And to me, that's really exciting because that's what makes somebody who they are, you know, not just like the keyboards that they own, not just the things that they have, because anyone can just buy stuff, right? But really what makes somebody who they are in terms of what they care about in life. And I'm hoping to talk with Ryan about that whenever he gets here. And I think tonight's talk will be a little bit more personal because you guys usually see me kind of like giving advice to other people who ask me for advice and stuff. But I think tonight will be very much me kind of talking through some struggles or some thoughts that I've been having and going to Ryan and hearing his perspective on it. And if you've never heard Ryan speak before, his worldview and his perspective and his approach to life is just so good, for lack of a better word. It's so interesting. It's always insightful, always challenging, always very appreciated. Danior, I recognize that name. Welcome back for 16 months. Pretty Matrix, let's go. So yeah, hopefully you guys coming in from the raid. Once again, Nathan, thank you for the raid. If you guys want to stick around for some Life Talk stream content that will be happening soon. It might not be something that you would expect to enjoy, but I think there's a good chance you might be pleasantly surprised. Okay, there's so many follows. You guys are nuts. Thank you. So right now we're kind of just like kicking it while we're waiting for Ryan. In 1 year, Choobs grew from like 20 consistent to over 400. I don't know if I have 400 consistent, but you know, much appreciated. Thanks, Solji, for showing up. I appreciate you, Solji. I saw your message in Discord about did the stream die just when you were showing up. Okay, what are we doing? Do we still have this game going? Let's go. One of my channel points rewards is rock, paper, scissors, where I play with whoever redeems the reward. And that's what we're doing right now with Asian Fork.
Train, let's go.
Zonic, thanks for that tier 1 sub. Do we have a hype train? You need to show these new people how fast you type. True, I could do that. I feel like that's just like straight flexing. But if anybody is interested in speed typing coaching, I'm very happy to offer free services because I love speed typing. Okay. We interrupt this game of rock, paper, scissors to do some monkey type. Ah, crap. Why does every single time something with this password manager, I mean, not the password, I think it's the website, literally does not play well. She was not good at RPS. What's up, Burley? Ooh, should we do some predictions? Should we do some RPS predictions? Dude, I'm pretty down for that. I mean, sorry, not RPS, but monkey type predictions. I've taken one shot. For anyone who wants to gamble some points away, I've taken one shot and it's a little bit affecting me. I would like to say I'm still pretty with it, but I'm not unaffected. Nathan, wait. Nuke VOD. Nothing happened with the VOD, don't worry. All right, let's do a nice 60 seconds. Hi, Nathan. Nathan, how's it going? We haven't talked in a while. I'll do one run first so that we don't debate anybody into losing their points. I'll do one run and then we'll do a prediction, okay? Oh, the first part of that run was very good. And then the alcohol. He says as he drinks more alcohol. Hello, Pipteen. Right hand spacebar gang. What's up, 3-leaf? Oh, gosh. Highest words per minute. $183 flat on 60 seconds. Wait, you redeemed a shot. No, you didn't. Oh, no, you did. No. Oh my gosh. Why not 2 shots? Does anybody press spacebar with their right pointer? That's what I want to know. Yo, I've seen Nathan back when he was like 100 words per minute consistent, and he's gotten to be pretty fast. He's like regularly pushing like 140, 150 now, right? He's a speedy boy. He gets the most improved award. Concealed carry permit. Hydration reminder. I appreciate the reminders. If you guys are interested in how I type so fast, unfortunately there isn't really a secret. It's just practice and probably learning good typing form. So if you would like some resources on perhaps how to type faster, you can check out my blog, which is linked down below in the socials. There's like speed typing blog. It's hosted on a WordPress, and I know it hasn't been updated in about 2 years, but that's because I don't have anything more to teach, to be honest. Like, all my knowledge is in there. There's no paywalls to unlock any secrets. It's just everything I know about typing is in that blog already. So I really do think it's just having good typing form, and then maybe some of the little more advanced tips and tricks that I have written all in the blog. Thank you guys for those follows again. Much appreciated. The secret is Matrix keyboards. By the way, this is a Reborn 60 keyboard. I know that some of you guys were asking about what it was. This is a custom that you might not know a lot about because it was a small group buy. It was a public one, but not a lot of people joined. There are only about 30 units that were made. It's built with retooled blacks, 60-gram springs on a palm plate with basically foam underneath that's kind of like pressure mounting it. So it technically is a top mount, but it's essentially like a pressure mount. Like if I didn't have the screws screwing it to the top case, it would still just be sustained. So yeah, to type faster, move your fingers faster. True. Hold on, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Oh boy. I have a channel in my Discord that's about speed typing, and I hope you're not intimidated by seeing me type fast, but hopefully you see it as an opportunity to be amongst other people who also enjoy typing fast. It's not a competition. You know, you don't win anything if you magically type 200 words per minute. It's just about your own personal enjoyment and journey of typing. Some of those blog posts are don't do this weird thing I saw Dandel do. Switch press. Where's the camping desk mat? So I do rotate my desk mats regularly. Right now we're using the City Sky desk mat, but underneath is the camping desk mat that you guys might remember from last time we got a Nathan raid. And I was caught with my really, really dirty desk mat. It's always under there. Don't worry. High jump mineral water. Okay, are we going to do a prediction now, by the way? Do people still want to do that? What did I get, a 170? That's a little bit on the higher end. I would say I average 165. Here, let's take a look at my averages. No data found. Wait a sec. If I clear my cookies, does it just delete my monkey type data? Huh. Well, I guess that's that. See. Yeah. Well, I guess we can't look at. Oh, wait, here we go. Average words per minute, 162, since I started using monkey type. Do you type as fast as you think? Like when you're writing, do you feel the lag I feel because I don't type fast enough? I think it depends how fast you think. Like, I can certainly think faster than I type, but I don't usually think that fast, if that makes sense. Choobs before he became a popular kid. Relax, no one's a popular kid here. Are you going through proxies to my matrix boards? No, unfortunately. I'm just buying them from Mech Market. Everyone memes about how I have like a ton of matrix boards, but I really don't have that many. But they're all from Mech Market, except for this one, which came direct from the source. There's a smudge on it. Wait a sec, why are there smudges on this? Okay, they're gone. No more smudgies. I don't know. I'll leave it to you, Raz. You can set a 165? 160, 165? I don't know. How many matrix boards? I have 3. Only 3. After I sent 8-Bit back his 2 boards, I only have 3 under this roof here in this shipping container. Prediction has started. Let me check on Ryan. I don't know if he messaged me yet. Not yet. He has not messaged me yet. 8-Bit owns 2 matrix boards. You like it? I did not go through proxies. The Falcon is direct from Matrix, and the 2.0 additionals are from Mech Market. Okay, the real question is, do I do this shot that Deck redeemed before the type test or after it? I feel like people will get a little bit tilted if I drink it like right now. During the type test. All right, I'm going to pour this out right now anyway. Where'd the bourbon go? Don't let me down, Choobs. I put 400 points on you. After. Well, I can tell, I guess, people who have voted with points. Do you play piano? I do. You like it? Actually, what's interesting is I'm not saying playing piano makes you a fast typist, but the 5, let's just say 5, I've probably talked to about 5 people who are my speed or faster, and they all have had a history of having taken piano lessons at some point in their life. I find that interesting. And I think the biggest takeaway from that is quite simply, when you type, I think there's 2 ways to kind of have your hands on the keyboard. One is more of like a curved form like this, where it's kind of above the keys and then your fingers are more pointing down into it than they are pointing towards your monitor. So the left hand would be like one way of typing, and the right hand would be like another way. Or let me swap them around. Flat hand typing versus round hand typing. The closer you are to round hand typing, the more nimble your fingers can be. The reason for this is because if you see how I reach for different keys with my pointer finger, it's much easier to do that than if, crap, my face cam. No, hold on. Scuffed face cam. Literal dono walling like nothing. Here. Okay, so the reason for this is that if you're flat fingered or flat handed, let's say, and you try to put you center on home row, there's actually like no real way to center on home row because your fingers aren't even in the same, they don't end up in the same place. Unless you were to curl your hand, and then it's like they could actually all be in a row. Does that make sense? So when you curl your fingers even just a little bit, you can have them all in a row on home row, and they're more nimble to move up and down. When they're straight, they're kind of all over the place, and you don't really have much up and down motion other than actually moving your entire hand. Something to think about, and maybe record yourself typing and take a look at how you type. Are those spill stains? Yeah, I spilled some coffee on here. Right over here. I didn't clean it up yet. The alligator, the greater than sign, the alligator eats the bigger thing. That's how I learned it in school. So if you have a number here and then a number here, this number is bigger. You know, alligator things. Okay, it's time for the type test. I'm going to take the shot right at the start, which means I will probably have a good 30 seconds before it hits me. I think he'll go over. Interesting. Okay, I'm not going to drink this right now. I'm a little bit, I'm feeling it. Okay, we're going to do the type test. Let's go. I don't like this song. Here we go. Gosh. Well, that sucked. It's the pressure. I am so sorry for everyone who believed in me. Excuse me, sir. Have you been drinking tonight? Out through middle like a speed demon. Admin, he doing it sideways. Oh, that valley in the middle hurt so bad. Not gonna lie, sometimes knowing that there's something on the line and knowing what the wager is for, it affects me. I don't know how or why. It shouldn't, but it does. So here's the thing. Next time a prediction is made, don't tell me what the cutoff is. I think that's going to be better. I don't know. I can't. There's no pressure. Obviously, I don't lose anything. But I feel like people who believe in me, I'm letting them down. You know? It feels bad. It feels bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everybody's like unfollowing right now from their first time here. Oh, feels bad. Feels bad. Any cozy music available? Feeling bad. I mean, we could run it back. Not encouraging gambling. I'm just saying we could run it back. We go all in and call it business as usual. Business is booming. Typing on stream ain't easy. Yo, Nathan knows. Nathan, you're still here. What the heck? So did anybody wager points that really wants to win them back? Because I would go run it back. Up to you guys. Up to you guys. I'm gonna take a second shot now. Let's go. Cheers to new friends. If it's your first time here or if you've been coming here for 2 years, thanks for being here. Hope that you find a place that you feel at home, that you feel welcome, because that's what we're about. Cheers. Ooh, Surfing Wave. Taking requests for background typing music. I may or may not have changed the words per minute threshold. Okay, that's fine. Don't tell me what it is. Hello, Melee Chess. Me, angry face. How many views do I usually hold? I don't know. I don't watch my viewer count, but according to my summary emails, maybe around 40. We like to keep a nice, small, tight-knit circle, you know? Let me know when I can start typing. When the votes are all in. Okay, we got choices. We got Surfing Wave. We got Running in the 90s. That's it. It's just one or the other. How to vote. There should be a prediction thing that's up in the top right above the chat window. That you choose how many channel points you want to wager and potentially win or something. Twisted Tea. Running in the 90s. Duh. Oh, it's already? So we're good to go? We're good to go. Which mix is it? Is it this one? We'll do Surfing Wave another time, Lozzie. I'm feeling something more like Weeby. Although Surfing Wave is Weeby too, so. All right, I'm not letting you guys down. I mean, I'm gonna have to let half of you down, but whoever actually wins, I'm not letting you down this time. Let's go. Well, that was a little bit better. It's the weed music. Okay, the Choobs jams. WPM equals BPM. That's the big secret. Well, at least it was a lot more consistent. There was that dip in the very beginning that kind of scared me. Probably scared a few you guys as well. But we pulled it back. We pulled it back. Let's go. So what was the prediction? Greater than or equal to 166. Oh, it was pretty split. 7K and 6K. Very nice. What's up, tinfoil? What are points? I actually don't know what those are. The exclamation point points thing? I don't know what that is. You did just miss a prediction. That's right. That's right. We just had a speed typing prediction. I bet all in, but lost nothing. How does that work? I lost 3K. Oh no. I'm sorry. I guess we can't all be winners. Oh, what song is this? I don't know. All right, one more. Run it back. Let's do an Alice layout. That would be fun, actually. Let me get the board. Let me think about where the board is first, and then get it. Okay, here we are. So this is a fallacy prototype in light pink. It's a brass plate with Vint black switches. Also, Choobs, I can't remember my password, so if I can't log back onto this account, my name will have something with cozy in it. Okay, no worries. Pink keyboard gang, where you at? Okay, place your bets. Once again, I'm not going to listen or look at chat to see what the words per minute is. If somebody types a number, just type another number. Just drown out chat with numbers if somebody starts typing numbers. I won't know what's real or not anyway. So, I mean reasonable numbers, guys, not like never mind, forget it. Just don't type the number and we'll be fine. Okay, so we're switching over to Alice layout, as you guys know, which is like a split semi-ergo layout. Facts. I have not typed on this Alice layout in a few months. That's all. That's the one fact I'll give you as you make your prediction. Be slow, please. All in again. Let me know what I can go. Let's put on some Surfing Wave. Hit it. We're going. Let's go. Do you think these count against my restarts? Because that would suck. Alright, whatever. Let's go. No! Okay. Ah! Freak! Dude! I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. It was close. Honestly, I'm so upset at myself for that drop. Clearly, I don't know what the prediction is. I'm not trying to throw. God, I'm just so... How did I... Was it around 167 or 8? I guess it... I'm guessing it was because it's probably like... You know, like... Higher. 167. Oh my gosh. 15k to 6k? I am so sorry. Use the power of Shkeep. What's up, Kiwi? I'm new here and I lost all my points. Please. If you come back, you can get more points. All right, I mean, come on. You guys knew I was switching over to Alice Layout. I haven't used Alice Layout in months. You couldn't have expected that much, right? Right? Can you guys switch between Alice Layout and normal layout? Like, easy peasy, no problem? I stole all the children's lunch money. Are we just gonna keep doing typing tests until, like, Ryan joins? I don't know where Ryan is at. Oh, 1 minute ago. Hey, Preston. Sorry for the technical delay, but you can call me on Discord now if you'd like. We can do one more prediction, or we can just jump into call with Ryan. You were at 170 until the last 10 seconds. Go Snacks. Don't remind me. I feel bad already. I feel bad. I threw at the end. I didn't mean to throw, but I did. That was unfortunate. Hey, Preston. I did do a second shot, remember? I gave a toast to new friends and old friends alike. I did the shot that you had requested, Deck. Although I didn't do the little shot, the little bear fruit shot. Okay, what we're going to do for bear fruit is... I found this thing of... whatchamacallit, I found this thing of Riesling. So I found this thing of Riesling. It's a couple months old, and I don't know if it's still good, but we're gonna drink it. So Deck is our resident alcohol expert. I mean, in addition to Burley. Sorry, Burley, didn't mean to, but you guys are on the same level. Is it just that the flavor gets worse? The alcohol content's the same, right? Like, it can't be that bad, right? So we're gonna do a small shot of this. Nice vegetable oil. He's a bartender. I'm just an alcoholic. It can't be that bad. Famous last words. Let's go. I want to. Should I drink this with Ryan? Ryan is literally not going to drink. I don't know what to tell you guys. I wish he would drink with me, but he's not going to. So, what can he do? How many RPS do you want to do? No more RPS for tonight, because we're going to bring Ryan on, and it's going to be a good time. Although I might have to go to the bathroom first. Toast to drinking, making the most of things so that they don't get wasted. Every opportunity you have in life, even if that means drinking expired Riesling. Cheers. Not that bad. Honestly, if you poured me fresh Riesling and said I just drank fresh Riesling, I would believe you. All alcohol tastes bad to me. You know? Okay, so people who don't know me, I've done a lot of drinking tonight, but I am by no means an alcohol expert or even an alcohol hobbyist. It's not bad. Like, I would keep drinking it. So I'm just going to keep that and not pour it down the drain. Please put the Riesling in the freezer for 20 minutes. I can do that. Is that going to help something, MF? We're bringing Ryan on. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom first, and then we'll bring Ryan on. Norbauer. Hello. 1 second, please. Using restroom. BRB. Kids. Do we have a BRB screen? We used to. Awesome. Let's go. Oh, wait, I was muted? Am I still muted now? Am I still muted now? No, I'm not still muted. All I said before was this stream is 50%. How much can I tilt deck with my knowledge of alcohol, or lack thereof, more like. And whoa, what is that? Hold up. And my actual consumption of alcohol. Ooh. Here we go. Hello, Ryan.
Are you able to see and hear me and all those things?
Indeed, I can.
Okay, I have a I'm gonna try to be able to see chat tonight. I've got a new setup for that.
Pog. Let's go. I wonder what your seeing chat, how that will affect you and your experience with talking to me.
It's a little small, but I think I can sort of squint and see it. Someone says my mic is too quiet. Is that correct?
Let me crank you up a little bit.
Sure.
Can do. Yoink. How about now?
Yoink, yoink.
Okay.
More audible.
Everybody in chat, please give us a breakdown on music volume, my volume, Ryan's volume, and whether or not you want blue background or you want my desk background. Vote now on your phones on all of those 4 aforementioned criteria. You're still a little bit low. I don't know if you could maybe turn up your gain. I could try and actually.
Yeah, I think I could. Let me see if I can see from here my other 3.
Okay. Ryan's about to blow out all of our eardrums. Get ready for it.
So I went from 36 something units to 42 units. Is that an improvement?
It sounds like an improvement to me. Let us see what the chat viewers have to say. Much nicer. Perfect. Slightly. A lot better. Blue background. Let's go with blue background. This blue background is rather boring, actually. There's really nothing there, but you know. Okay, so welcome to the Choobs stream, and tonight we are bringing back one of our favorite guests, Ryan Norbauer, this man right here, which you guys might know from his plethora of keyboard cases that he has designed for Topro keyboards, starting from the Norba Touch, which he always likes to make a point that he doesn't particularly enjoy that name, but people have been so enthusiastic about naming it as such that you can't get away from it now, so that you've sort of just accepted that that is going to be how it is. And also
I've completely given it on all this Norba business, and in fact, my new internal code name for the project for my new website, I just call it Norba Site. It's like a thing now.
So what was the original name, if there was one?
It was just, Cooler Master Housing or something. I had no such grand ambitions as, thinking it would acquire a name.
Certainly not one named after you, of course.
Certainly not.
Well, since then, we've had 3.5 rounds, I believe, or maybe 4 official rounds of the Norba Touch. We've seen Norba Force, many Norba Forces, actually.
Speaking, in fact.
Hmm?
There was a polycarbonate one, so it was, strictly speaking, 5.
Ooh, 5 rounds of the Norba Touch. And am I right to say that each round came about because people demanded it?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Well,
true.
except for the first one, really.
Yeah.
That was just because I demanded it.
That makes sense. Let's see, what else? And then you follow that up with the Norba Force, which was a real force housing. And there have been 2 rounds of that. There's the Mark 1, the Mark 2, and there have been 2 special editions of the polycarbonate, which happened last Christmas and this past Christmas as well. Right?
Correct. And in fact, the most recent round is technically a Mark 3. there's a very modest change compared to last time.
Oh, okay. So the polycarb round is what you're talking about.
That's right. The Christmas one.
True. Cool. And then there's also a case you made for the FC660C, which was called the Heavy 6, and also the Heavy
Correct.
9, which was for the FC980C or something. And
Yes.
right? Am I getting the names right?
I got distracted because I'm like trying to juggle windows. It's very weird because I pulled up the chat so I could see the chat, but now you have like a 10-second delay, which is very surreal. Hearing your voice in my ear, basically live, and then seeing you like all your expressions 10 seconds delayed. So I'm trying to have both windows at once, and it's extremely awkward the way I have it set up now. Anyway, people don't care what the like housings I made are. Who cares?
You can also pop out chat, as Solji pointed out. If you click the little gear,
Oh, how do I do that? Okay.
click the little gear that says chat settings right next to the chat button, and then right above that, move your mouse like 10 pixels up. It should let you pop out chat. Oh wait, sorry, no. Further up, it'll say pop out chat underneath my preferences. And then mute the stream as well, because you're listening to me directly, so you don't need to listen to the delayed stream.
Yeah, I figured out muting you. The only thing is I'm on this like super tiny resolution monitor, and it's not actually showing me the chat like in the sidebar. I'm only seeing it in the video stream. So don't mind me, everyone. I'm just awkwardly looking to the side.
Oh, so Burley, Nova Touch. The touch came from the last part of the keyboard name, and then the Norba came from Norbauer. It didn't necessarily come from Norbaforce, because the Norbaforce name came from Norbauer as well, like Norbauer. So that is the root of the naming of a lot of his boards. The Norba Touch, the Norbaforce. I think those are the only two that are named as such.
Oh, well, thank you to that person who said about popping out the chat. That totally works.
9K plasma monitor. Oh, also, Nathan is here. Hello, Nathan. Nathan Kim, the one and only.
I'm looking forward to seeing you on Thursday.
Ooh, you guys are going to hang out?
Yes, as doing a sort of in our biohazard suits. We'll be hanging out.
Dude, TFTI, Ryan. Do you know what that means?
TFTI? Of course not. What does that mean?
Of course not. Can you puzzle it out? I'll give you like 10 seconds.
TFTI. What's No, I don't know. Sorry.
It means thanks for the invite. Sarcastically.
Oh. Cuddling. Biohazard suits and cuddling. That's right.
Nathan said that you can pull up chat on an iPad or something if that's an option. If that's a little more convenient.
Yeah,
even on your
I thought
phone,
about that.
you could just be all like, oh yeah, Preston.
That's what I was doing before, but then I felt kind of stupid about that because it makes me look away. But then, of course, in order to solve this problem, I'm spending an hour looking away. So,
Ryan, you're literally the smartest person that like 99% of us know. So.
That's sad.
Okay. You always catch me off guard with those comments. Hilarious.
You think you'd expect this sort of thing by now?
I honestly think I would, but it's actually hilarious. Every time so like, I'm talking to stream now. Like I tell you guys how much like I love talking to Ryan, and he like provides all this insight to me, and like I always reference kind of like his points of view and like the perspectives he shows me. And then when I tell Ryan that I'm like, like I've helped somebody else through a life situation by like recounting some conversations we had, he's like, oh, I feel bad for that person. Like, I'm sorry to hear they're going through such a point in their life where My advice is counsel to them or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Sounds like something I would say.
It is, and it is something you have said. Oh, well, anyway, thus here we are. So I'm here with the famous Ryan Norbauer. I like to constantly throw these words like famous and celebrity in his face because he vehemently opposes those things, which makes me want to say it all the more. And thus here we are. So you were here once before. This was a couple weeks ago, and we had a very, very long stream, just kind of meandering and talking about whatever. And
7 hours, I believe.
yes, it was quite long. Tonight,
Believe it or
though,
not, I've heard from many people who actually watched the full 7 hours.
live or like the VOD?
The VOD for the
Oh
most
my
part. Like people would say they caught like part of it, but then they thought it was interesting or something and wanted to go back and watch the whole thing, which seems to me like extraordinary desire for punishment. But
Basically, you're a celebrity. I mean,
interesting.
I don't get comments about people watching my VODs after the fact that often, but then I have you on for a 7-hour into DGen hours stream, and then everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, that VOD was amazing!" So clearly, you are the outlier, and you are the reason that people really enjoyed that. You got to get it through your head, people like Ryan, that people like you. They think you're awesome.
Sure. They just they really liked my incredibly over detailed explanation of the finer plot points of an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, I think.
That's true. Poo Poo says the VOD really picks up after the first 2 hours. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel a little bit bad about the VOD because, you know, I haven't had you on stream before, and I was kind of trying to figure out how to move things forward. And then we may have lost a good amount of people in the first 2 hours, but it really did pick up after
What
the
were we
first 2
talking
hours.
about in the first 2 hours? I obviously haven't watched it, so I...
I mean, I don't know, to be honest, but
Okay. Probably keyboard. Boring shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine talking about keyboards. What's up, Basic? So tonight, for people who are here and wondering if it's going to be 7 hours again, I don't know, but it will be nice and focused because Ryan and I have not caught up for a while. We've been meaning to, and we were going to catch
Last
up.
time I really spoke to you was during that stream, actually.
True. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, so we've been meaning to catch up, and we're about to catch up today. And then I was like, you know what? I don't have stream content for tonight. You want to be on stream? And then Ryan was like, sure, let's go. Well, he didn't say let's go. Hopefully one day you can adopt that phrase, and then you'll be hip and cool, which I know you want to be. Let's go.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing I'm interested in. So our, I don't know how much level of voyeurism you are interested in providing your regular stream viewers, but you know, you and I usually have pretty, personal conversations.
Oh yeah.
You mentioned to me that you've been like, not been super happy lately. So I'm very intrigued to know how interested you are in talking about that for everyone on the internet.
All the internet peoples. Yes. Also, hello, Mint Lotica.
Yes, I
says
saw her message that she got
the luxury book.
Luxury book. Everyone has read that book as a result of me. It seems it's very, very, very common. I should be getting royalties from that guy.
You should. Ryan, I think you grossly underestimate how much of an influence you have in others due to their very high regard of you as an individual and as a creator, as a human being. All right.
The idea.
Just want to lay it on real thick in case you're not getting it.
Can we just like have a no saying nice things about me rule or something?
What's funny is that 100% I'm not doing this for stream. This is what I would do in a private call with you one-on-one anyway.
And it makes me just as uncomfortable in that context as well.
I'm glad. But now I have people backing me up, so I'm not just saying it. Anyway. Norbauer 2024. I'm pretty sure once I asked you, like, would you be president, Ryan? And I forget what you said, to be honest. I don't think it was a yes. I just put it out there that I don't think it was a yes, but I don't remember what you said about it.
So here's a thought I have frequently about one of my frequent sources of consolation in life, particularly when I think about how horrible the state of American politics is. And, you know, I think like most people, I have a tendency to get sucked in by the news and worry about it and care about it and get invested in the political narrative and hope for certain outcomes. But I find that usually that just makes me miserable. And, but I find when trying to sort of emotionally distance myself from reading the news and national political narratives and stuff like that, remind myself how incredibly impotent the president is. So, you know, I'm just like a guy who sits around fucking reading the news and hoping for something to happen, right? I have, at best, I will vote for someone. My ability to affect these grand overarching narratives of the trajectory of American society and politics is approximately zero. It is completely irrational to spend time getting upset about something over which you have no control. And the thing that brings me consolation is to think about, even if I were president of the United States, look at Barack Obama or Donald Trump, right? Regardless of which of their agendas you prefer, both of them were essentially completely ineffectual. They had very little ability to bring about what they had hoped to accomplish. Even being president of the United States gives you very little ability to affect the trajectory of the country in a meaningful way. So if that's true of the president, why on earth am I sitting around worrying about this nonsense, right? if there are things that we value and care about, far better to try to like manifest those in our everyday lives and with the people that we care about and that we interact with on a daily basis, rather than worrying about things in this super abstract, narrative-driven way. So that wasn't an answer to your question, but it's something I think about a lot, actually. And so I have this like little mental model of being president as a way to compare against what it's like to be a normal person, and why thinking about politics too much is totally stupid.
Cool. I like that. Would you want to be president for any other reasons beyond, let's say, trying to change the future course of the country?
I don't know. What are the reasons to want to be president? I have no idea why anyone would ever want to do that.
You could go down the history books.
Why on earth would that be of any consolation or pleasure?
Some people care about their legacy, Ryan. You know, what they've done, or, you know, having their name remembered. I don't necessarily.
I take it as a sort of axiomatic that the very definition of things that don't matter are things that you'll never experience.
Axiomatic,
so
self-evident, or unquestionable. Trust me, I wasn't the only person who had to look that up. Okay, just for all the viewers out there. Okay, I can understand that. What if someone else experiences something you don't experience? Someone you care about.
I suppose in the abstract, that's something I would care about, yeah. But like, I would recognize it as sort of like a purely sentimental thing. You know,
True.
and it's obviously the same thing for people who are worried about their like legacy or whatever, right? It's not.
Pardon your buddies. Hi, Renifer. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
Someone in chat said, "Pardon your buddies." That's what you could do as president.
Oh, if you're president, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
That's terrible, but true.
If I were Donald Trump right now, I would be pardoning people like mad, just to make everyone really upset. I don't know why he's not doing that. Perhaps I guess there's a few days left, but I've really been hoping he would pardon Edward Snowden. But wait a minute, I'm talking about politics. Never mind, forget about it. I said nothing.
Okay, fine by me. Did that fix
Yes,
that early?
as much as well.
Burley actually asked, how do you feel about pardoning Snowden and Assange?
Extremely,
thanks for that tier. What's up? Extremely what?
In favor of those things.
Cool. I don't know how we got on this
Just really
topic, but let's rewind a little bit because I don't think that's
Sure.
something that maybe most people. I don't even have much knowledge about all of that. I just know he was a dude who exposed some things for what I believe is probably the greater good, and then he had to flee because the government was like, "Don't do that. You're exposing our secrets." And then he's like seen as a hero in some people's eyes and as a traitor in other people's eyes. Would you say that's my understanding is correct?
I think that is an accurate summary of the situation. Yeah. If you're interested in kind of the detailed history of it, I can highly recommend the reporting of Glenn Greenwald. He's an excellent journalist who sort of broke a lot of these initial revelations and has covered the story very closely ever since. And as recently as the past week or two, has written some good stuff about it.
Okay. So who was the other guy? Not Snowden.
Assange?
Yeah.
He was the, I don't know if he was the founder, but he was the person primarily associated with WikiLeaks.
Okay. Got it.
And in a lot of these cases, both of those individuals leaked information, I should say delivered information to journalists, certainly in the case of Snowden, that revealed illegal behavior on the part of the US federal government, which would normally entitle him to whistleblower protection. But because of the, highly politicized nature of the national security state, that was not the case, and he was forced to flee the United States.
Okay. So we don't know where he is now?
He's in Russia.
Okay. Is he still posting things? Or like talking about things?
Yeah, he does sort of Skype interviews all the time.
Okay.
He didn't want to be in Russia. He was on his way to some other country, Chile or something. I don't know, some country that frequently gives asylum to, or political asylum. It wasn't Chile, but I think it was another South American country. And he was originally granted transit to that country via Cuba, but then Joe Biden, when he was part of the Obama administration, exerted a great deal of pressure on, I think it was Cuba and some other countries that might have offered him transit to prevent that from occurring. And so he ended up having to stay in Russia. That was not his preference.
I see.
Ecuador, maybe? I don't know.
Have you seen the Snowden movie and the Citizen 4 movie?
I have not.
Okay. Just wondering. I haven't either.
I intentionally did not consume any news or think about politics for the last 6 years of the Obama presidency, and that was a very happy period of my life, and I fell off the wagon for a time because I was baffled to learn that Donald Trump had been elected president of the United States and wanted to try to understand how that could possibly have occurred. As a student of history and American politics, that seemed aberrant and an unexpected outcome, and I wanted to try to understand it. So I had to go back and learn what had happened during that period, that happy period when I was intentionally avoiding politics. I mean, I was so assiduous about this particular, didn't know who was running for president in Obama's second term, who his opponent was until after the election. Didn't know who the candidate was. Mitt Romney, in case you're curious. But as I said, I sort of fell off the wagon, and I kind of wish I didn't. I wish I remained ignorant. And as of recently, I am exerting some significant effort to return to that state of nihilistic ignorance. Because it doesn't matter, and it only makes me sad.
Okay, that's fair.
Reading news, that is.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that statement. I think that it's the way I see it is like there's things in life that things in the world that you could look at and surround yourself with that could make you happy or make you upset. And you could spend all day trying to be knowledgeable about every single thing, but there's just not enough time to be knowledgeable about everything. So if you're going to pick and choose what you choose to kind of have as your intake into your life, you might as well choose what makes you happy, because then why would you choose something else?
I think it's you know, even more specifically, thinking about ideal scenarios makes us unhappy. Comparing reality against some sort of imagined hypothetical better utopian scenario um, is just a formula for misery. And a lot of political discourse encourages that kind of thinking, right? Because it tends to be very tribal, right? And so you're either on the libertarian team or the, I hate people who drive cars and don't walk everywhere team, or everybody has some faction, and they want to see the entire world through that lens, and to compare the current day reality against what they imagine to be their utopian expression of their ideology. And if you're always dwelling on that perfect world that you would like to exist, you will always be looking around you, noticing that reality as it is very different from that utopian ideal. And this will cause you some cognitive dissonance and make you unhappy. And I try to, whenever possible, avoid utopian thinking in any form. I mean, it's kind of odd because I'm this person who obviously has built a lot of his preferences and identities around like Star Trek and optimistic futurism, which is, by its very definition, utopian. But I like those things because I approach them as a kind of escapism, not what I think reality is actually going to become. Because if I thought about that a lot, I would just be extremely depressed all the time. Which, totally happens, but intellectually I realize that that's not the best approach, and so I try to avoid it. And so this applies in our personal lives as well, right? Try to take reality as it is and work within the narrow bounds of the possible, rather than imagining what you think the ideal scenario would be, your perfect realization of happiness or whatever, and then constantly comparing yourself to that, because you'd probably just be unhappy.
True. I like that. Hello, Dixie Mech. Dixie Mech has shown up, probably because you are here, Ryan.
Well, great.
Okay,
I like his gesturing cats.
Did you know about
emoji.
his rebranding?
I did. I got an email about it, I think, or saw it on the internet somewhere.
Yeah, email. Yeah, makes sense. True. Okay, let's shift gear from politics a little bit. Let's talk about, specifically, I wanted to talk to you. Okay, so this is telling you, Ryan, and also telling the viewers, is kind of where I've been in the past couple weeks, which is that it all started with, I've been planning a subathon, which I have verbally mentioned to you guys. I was originally planning it for December 19th, which was a bunch of Saturdays ago. And then it ended up being that it was my fault. I didn't announce it officially. And therefore, Dr. Huru, he planned his subathon to be on the same day. So, or rather the night before, and it would have overlapped. And I didn't want to cause like a conflict for viewers or people who are interested. And, on the surface, on paper, like that's all fine and well. It's not a big deal. I wasn't like super invested in it or anything, but I think something about that clash and that conflict, it kind of like, I don't even know how exactly or why rationally, but it made me feel like it made me take a step back and feel sort of insignificant in the whole grand scheme of things. Because I was like, I think I placed a lot of my pride in being in the hobby early, in being knowledgeable about keyboards, in kind of having keyboards be like my thing. And I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that, but I think like there was sort of like this flip side of the coin that reared its ugly head when I was faced with the fact that I was probably chasing some kind of like, you could say like dream or like this fictitious kind of reality where like I was the best. And of course, like that suddenly branched into a bunch of different like thoughts
Wait a
and
minute.
feelings.
Slow down. Best of what?
I
What are
don't.
we
I
talking
mean, best of
on what
like keyboard
spectrum?
stuff.
Best of keyboard stuff. Okay.
Yeah, like the most knowledgeable or like the most popular,
Okay.
the coolest. You know,
Okay.
like the keyboard guy or something.
Sure. Okay. You mean
And
like in the world or like in your circle of people that you know? It's okay. You can be honest if
probably
you're
more
going for in
so
the
in
world.
the. I mean, probably
Okay.
more so
Sure.
the people. I've always lived my life in a way that was like, I care about the opinions of the people around me, not random strangers, because they have no real say in my life. They're not close to me. I don't care what they think. It's just like people who are close to me. But at the same time, like that answer, even though it's true, is sort of like it's not the complete picture. Like it confuses me because here's my train of thought, right? It's like, okay, who's having a subathon? That's fine. People can have subathons, and that's fine. And I had to change my schedule around because I didn't announce it early enough. Whatever, it's not a big deal. But then like something about it like hit me in a way where I was like, I might not be the best. But then following from that, I was never really trying to be the best, or maybe that's what I told myself, I wasn't trying to be the best. But something about it just made me feel like insignificant, or kind of like, what's the point of doing any of this? Like, if I don't know. It just I felt like very deeply shaken and unsettled due to some reason. I don't really know the reason. And it's gotten better since then, as in like, I think actually kind of stepping away from it and kind of putting things on hold. And I had a stream with my sister last week because I went down to DC and spent time with my family there at my sister's place. And then she came on stream and we just hung out and people had a lot of fun and it was a good time. And it wasn't really keyboard focused as much as it was just like hanging out with the sister, you know? I think that helped me to kind of get some perspective on like, I don't need to run this rat race of like, gaining followers and like growing in reputation and I don't know, just getting bigger or growth or whatever. And so it's gotten a little bit better, but I think I'm still working on like, what do I really care about in life? And how does that trickle down to like, what do I care about with Twitch? And specifically keyboards and specifically
Actually,
keyboard friends.
I've asked you this question in the past. Yeah. Like what to introspect on what your motives for streaming are. Mostly because I'm just like morbidly curious. But that would apply to all other people who do streaming. And I know that there are some people who like obviously actually earn a living from it, and that's one thing. There's a whole other category of people who get much more subjective things out of it, and that's also kind of interesting to me too.
I would like, so something I've always said that I've always believed in is that I think I would be happy if I had close relationships to me in my life of people who I sincerely trusted and cared for and loved, and they trusted and cared for me and loved me. Like kind of a small circle. It doesn't have to be a lot of people. Just
Okay.
that kind of sincerity and genuineness and authenticity, if that exists and there's that space for that where we can express our desires, our creative passions, our ambitions, and support one another in that, in the ups and the downs. I think that's all I want in life.
Well, I think that's very reasonable, and I'm entirely on board with that myself. But so then, why did the other circumstance give you this existential malaise of significance?
My best idea or hypothesis is that I personally placed keyboards or knowledge of keyboards or clout in keyboards as on a pedestal of like, if you don't have this, you're not really as worthy of somebody who does have it, which is completely an arbitrary pedestal that I created. And I think that because I made that pedestal for myself, I naturally project it onto other people who may want to be close to me, that they evaluate whether I'm on that pedestal. and whether I meet that criteria. And so it's almost like
Interesting.
I need to achieve that in order to be good enough for people to like me or care about me or want to spend time with me.
Do you think that they would be right to evaluate you along those lines?
I don't think so, because that pedestal could just be anything, you know?
Sure.
It inherently is arbitrary or irrational. Irrational because it's arbitrary. And that's kind of where it gets stuck. It's like, why do I care about it so much? And then as I think about it and kind of let it sit a little bit and stop chasing it, I'm like, it doesn't have to matter. And then I remember one thing you said before is actually pretty interesting that stuck with me, is that you said, like, we often talk about what people think about us, right? People's approval and like whatever, people liking us. And like for the most part, you're just like, it's dumb. Like, who cares what some rando thinks about you? Like, do your own thing, live your own life. Some people will like you, some people won't. Who cares? But then, like, even though that was 90% of the conversation, there was one part where you were like, sometimes you just care what people think about you. And if so, let me help you accomplish that or achieve that or grow in that. And I was like, whoa, hold up. That's so out there, because it's like you inherently expressed that it doesn't matter. And yet you were like, if you care about that, you care about it. You don't need to force yourself to not care about it. Let's try and make that more of a reality and help to fulfill that. And that kind of caught me off guard, because I was like, that's also 100% rational and yet unexpected,
This is something I think about a lot. Actually, I wrote a thing to my newsletter where I was sort of meditating on this very subject on Christmas Day, of sometimes the ways in which it can be rational to acknowledge the irrational parts of yourself, right? And there's this kind of like dogmatic rationalism that suggests that we can all be, robots that are capable of clearly seeing the correct logical path and executing on it. But the trouble is that on the way to executing that path, we have to bring ourselves along. And we ourselves are primates. We're the byproducts of the process of natural selection. And that process of natural selection urges all sorts of drives on us, emotional drives, desires, impulses that on average lead to the more effective propagation of our genetic material. Nowhere in that set of objectives is our happiness, right? And so sometimes it's irrational and it can make us unhappy, but we still have to be what we are. We still have to be social primates, and we are going to care at some level what other people think of us, even if that's a totally automatic reflex. And as soon as we see it show up, we dismiss it. We just let it be there and let it go. We don't let it guide our decisions. It's still going to be there, right? And people vary in the extent to which they can ignore that part of themselves, that voice, right? The desire to be, liked and approved of, especially by people that you care about, right? So to pretend that you don't have it is a denial of reality. It is unempirical. It is irrational, right? To the extent that you can't change it. And so sometimes the most rational thing is to make space for the irrational part of yourself that you can't get rid of. I personally everybody has a different balance for this. Some people are 100% irrationality all the time. I know a lot of those people. I have trouble with those people.
Oh, okay.
It depends on what form it takes. No, I can have trouble conversing with people and still like them a lot. So they're like two orthogonal axes, but personally, I tend to be extremely analytical, and I try to make my actions be pretty driven by the process of rational analysis. But there's, it's a spectrum, right? And some people can only go so far. I can only go so far too. There are all kinds of things. that, you know, even that thing I was telling you about before of like my rational analysis of not giving a shit about politics or American history and all of these things that I get sucked in by. Um, I've thought about it. I realize what the correct thing to do is, but I don't always do the correct thing. Sometimes I open up the New York Times and I read the headlines, and I get really upset. And then I say, you know what, I'm not going to do that anymore, or whatever. And you know, like I said, we have to bring ourselves along, unfortunately, on the path to rationality, and we ourselves are not always rational. We want other things sometimes, and we have all these like conflicting impulses and reflexes in us. And you know, you have to, it's irrational to not acknowledge that we work within those bounds, right? And that they constrain the realm of possibility. It may well be that no amount of meditating in your room on not giving a shit about what other people think of you is going to fully rid you of that desire. And so if you still have the desire and you can't be happy with having a little bit of that thing, it's perfectly reasonable. One reasonable solution is to just try to have some of the thing. Right?
Yeah, because there's no other
Now, I
solution.
still think it's stupid, unbelievably stupid, right? Like, what are you talking about? Significance. Like, name a human that is significant, that has ever lived or is living. Like, you need to take the cosmic perspective. We are a completely insignificant speck in space and time. And you're worrying about like how many people are going to tune into your subathon or something. It's completely insane. But you get to have whatever insane things you want. You know, I mean, you get to care about whatever insane things you want.
How do you exactly like fit into one? How do you keep in mind both things that you've said to me at different times? One, you can care about whatever you want, like basically what you just said. And two, it's dumb to care about certain things and or just leads you to greater unhappiness. How do those like jive? Is it just simply that plus that equals your life is going to not necessarily be smooth sailing? It's going to be rough and going to be, you know, an uphill battle sometimes kind of thing?
Well, I mean, consult your experience. Wouldn't your experience suggest that that's the case? Certainly, mine certainly would.
Yes, but I also currently believe that maybe it doesn't have to be the case. Maybe life could be smooth sailing with the right kind of rational pieces in play and, you know, blah, 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 blah.
That sounds to me like one of those utopian scenarios that's just going to make you unhappy because you're going to be comparing yourself against this thing that probably is never going to actually happen.
I guess it's tricky then because I'm wondering, like, what am I shooting for if it's not like this consistent, stable method of life? You know, is it just like better than yesterday? But then at some point it doesn't get better. It just, you've reached whatever it is, even if that's not utopia. It's just you've reached a point, you know? How do you...
The most disappointing thing is realizing one's goals and objectives, for sure. There's no surer way to take the allure off of something than having it. I think the question is just like, you start with values, things that you care about and you want your life to be about, but they're like, these things are directional. They're not goals, right? So a value is not having a certain number of people watch your stream. That's a goal. And you should pick your goals based on your values, but you should start with the values first, right? Values are sort of directional. And you live your values on a daily basis by like figuring out what direction to turn that puts you towards that value, and then just taking one step in that direction, and then another, right? This is not a goal-oriented thing. And I think a well-lived life is much better if it's guided by some set of values. But the goals should not be important, right? Because they're in service of the value. And all you have to do something in service of a value is to take that one step, that first step in the direction of it.
Do you have goals in your life?
I have what you might call projects. So yeah, kind of.
Would
But
it be right to say projects are not so much end goal oriented, but more so ambition oriented?
No, there's like stuff that I want to do, right? So like I'm working on a new website and it has a really cool design and it's going to make like the functionality of the administrative backend of running my business way less painful because Shopify is terrible. And so I have that as a goal. It's the thing I want to do. There are aspects of it that I find fun and that serve my values. But if that goal blew up today and I couldn't do it, I really wouldn't think too much about it.
Very interesting. I think a
There's
natural question.
There's a lot of keyboard related stuff like that that I would call goals, right? It's like things I want to do that take time, and every day I have to kind of get up and figure out what the next action is on that project, and start moving, taking that one step in the direction of the thing that I value. But as long as I'm kind of doing that on a daily basis, the actual arrival at the goal is of very little interest, or at least should be. Sometimes, I'm like anyone, I get annoyed and frustrated when I encounter setbacks on the ways to those goals, but I try to not care too much about that and remember that actually I don't even care about the goal in the first place. And even realizing the goal usually, as I said, is disappointing, right? I actually was kind of a little bit, disappointed and depressed by having launched the Heavy Grail. It was quite successful and got the process of production started.
Did you say
because now it's over.
unsuccessful?
No, it was successful. Yeah.
Okay.
I sold a healthy amount, and I'm quite happy with how it feels and how it looks and how the project is going, and everything is good. And that means that it's kind of over, this thing that I've been working on for a really long time. And those events are always extremely anticlimactic, and they make you realize why on earth you cared about it as a goal in the first place, because it's just like, oh, okay, check, next thing. It's good to have something to struggle for. And sometimes when you get the thing that you think you want, or at least in my experience, usually I just end up kind of depressed about it.
Right. You're not the first person I've heard say something similar to that, actually. So would you say it's more about the journey rather than the destination?
Sure. I mean, as trite as that is,
I know you love
like
cliches, so.
The last episode of Star Trek Voyager is about this exact theme.
Star Trek approved.
But yeah, it's a Star Trek approved concept. But yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Sorry, not to take your very wise insight and dumb it down into a cliche.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm probably just taking dumb cliches and dressing them up in glorified philosophical language. So
That's
just
why we love
acknowledge
you, Ryan. You breathe new life into dumb cliches. You give them a second chance.
It's like postpartum depression, Melodica says. The project is the baby. Yeah, I think that's probably a little bit true, but without the psychopharmacological components, I suppose, or hormonal. Have you seen? So I recommend the new Pixar film, Soul, because it's sort of about this exact
I never
subject.
even heard of that.
Soul. It just came out recently. It's on Disney Plus. Obviously, didn't go to theaters because theaters aren't a thing right now. But the premise of that film essentially is there is.
I want to watch it.
There's a guy who's like a jazz.
No
pianist.
spoilers, Ryan. I'll ban
how
you.
can we have a meaningful conversation about a movie without having spoilers? Never mind. Go watch it, and then we'll talk about it some other time.
I will.
It's about exactly this subject.
I will watch it. You think I won't? I will watch it. I'll come back. Next, part 3 with Choobauer. We'll talk about Soul. Okay, everyone, that's your homework. Watch it. It's either gonna be Choobauer, Norbies, or Norb-hour. Norbauer. Credit to Dire Desire for that one.
Choobauer is the most pronounceable of those, I think.
I mean, Norbauer is pronounced the same as your name, and I'm happy to just straight up give the stream title over to you. Fine with that.
Whatever.
Soul
Norbauer.
Norbauer.
That's perfect.
That's pretty good, right? I was thinking if we made a podcast, did I tell you about the potential name that we could have that I came up with spontaneously during a conversation one day? It would be Weird That Works. I guess I haven't mentioned this to you. So
No.
it's like a double meaning. Like you would kind of say it like weird that works, or it could be weird that works, like something weird that works.
I like that.
Pretty clever, right?
Yes.
And it works in both ways.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would kind of capture the essence of how we like to discuss topics that might be sort of like unexpected approaches or unexpected solutions to common everyday human existential things that we all suffer through, you know?
Fair enough. So let's get back to your existential problem. So I'm curious what does sad look like for you in a case like this? Because when you described it to me verbally on Messenger, you put it in pretty like hyperbolic terms, like you had been doing very poorly. And I'm not gonna belittle that if you say that that's true, because I think I've told you in the past that I used to suffer horribly from depression and was basically just like a puddle on the floor for months at a time in my life. So if that's the case, feel free to say it. I'm not like making fun of you. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, it's like, oh, I occasionally have these wistful thoughts for a few days, or like, I'm on the floor moaning, cursing at the universe.
Not really either extreme. More like,
okay,
when I am away from people and away from stream and away from doing things, I get very caught up in like my mind about, I guess, like all these strange, very in-depth scenarios play out about like, what if this, what if that, what if I'm not good enough, what if I try something and fail, what if I try something and it just ends up as a scenario that I can't control and did not expect at all, and it's like, holy crap, what if I waste time, what if I waste resources, what if XYZ. And the thing with those what ifs is that I fully recognize that those aren't even all, or most of them are not even actual issues, as in either improbable, or if they happened, I am more than capable to overcome them or solve them or fix them or whatever it is. And yet something about the just possibility or the presence of that kind of possibility like makes me feel really anxious. It makes me feel very paralyzed, and it's like, oh my gosh, I gotta do my homework, I gotta suss everything out first and put it all on paper and know exactly what's happening and account for every single possibility so that I get it right the first time and don't mess up and the worst case scenario doesn't happen. It's, have it all in control or something like that. And then I continue talking to myself and I'm like, well, that's dumb. What would that best case scenario even look like? You don't know things. You can sit there for hours and hours all day, days on end, and still not know every possible thing that could happen. There's no need to account for everything. You just got to do it and trust that you're capable. And even if you're not, it's not the end of the world if something doesn't pan out the way you want. So I kind of coach myself, but then I don't know, it doesn't seem to stick or go anywhere. And then sometimes I'll just try and get myself to do it, and then it ends up just fine. Like today before starting to stream, I was like, I just feel like kind of not confident, not comfortable, not really looking forward to talking to people for absolutely no good reason. But then once I do it, it's great. It's fine,
We've talked about this a lot before. The question, the sensation of confidence. Where does that come from, right? And I think it is a common perception that one has confidence, and that enables doing successful things. And that has the causality entirely backwards in my experience. You do things and then you acquire confidence. And if you wait for that sensation of confidence to arrive before you've actually tried doing something, you will be waiting forever. And, paralysis is definitely what will ensue. And I've noticed that paralysis is something that you wrestle with a lot. And didn't I even like send you a copy of that book, The Confidence Gap? Or maybe we talked about it, which is a book about pretty much this exact subject.
I have it. It's over there. I read a little bit of it on a plane once.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, this book is pretty good.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a start.
It is a start. I've at least cracked the cover and read a chapter or two. It's more than I can say for most books.
Do you not like reading?
I like to say I do. I feel like reading is particularly probably the best example of one of those things that people in their head believe they really enjoy. Probably because the times they do it, they really enjoy it. But then I'm kind of like, if I don't go out of my way to do it and I read like a book a year, do I really enjoy reading? Do my actions follow what I believe about myself? And that's kind of one of those tricky things, right? So, I mean, that's the full picture. Like, I enjoy the concept of it. I love that I can read something and gain knowledge for free. It's literally right there. It's concise, it's directed, it's focused. I don't need to ask if this person's available to talk to me. It's just open the book. It's there. And of course, it's published because at least some committee of people thought that it was worthwhile. And if it has reviews and blurbs on it, clearly a bunch of other people thought it was worthwhile. So it's better than
Those are all a bunch of horrible criteria for judging the merit of a book.
Oh, I know.
Go
but
on.
I will say at least it's marginally better than zero. That's all I'm saying. I knew you were going to say something about that, though. But I mean...
Well, I like the first part of what you said, which is that it's a very concise and focused way of getting information, right? It's and that's my favorite thing about books, particularly nonfiction books, right? It's the amount of information you can acquire in a few hours of reading is much more condensed and concentrated if you select the right reading material than just like randomly casting about trying to find information on the same subject by like searching on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, only matched by a personal voice call with Ryan Norbauer.
Chat is very resourceful. They've been able to track down the book.
Yeah, I don't think either you or I... Did we say the name of it? Maybe we did.
It's called The Confidence Gap.
It's called The Confidence Gap.
I think I said, yes. Yeah. It's definitely a very... It's not a particularly highfalutin book. It's definitely like...
A what?
Sort of popularized highfalutin.
Can you spell that out for us?
I think it's HIFALUTIN. It's old-timey slang for highbrow or high-minded, cerebral, intellectual, that kind of thing.
Highfalutin, especially of speech, writing, or ideas, pompous or pretentious. I have never heard that word in my life. And this is a good time to bring up what Tommy said half an hour ago. He said, Tommy Hong, he wrote, I always have Merriam-Webster on one window and Ryan on another. I literally have Google open on my side monitor, just Googling words that Ryan says.
Well, if anyone is preparing for the SAT, I'm glad to assist. Just tune in. You can skip your Kaplan course.
Highfalutin. Yeah, so how I've been trying to coach myself is kind of similar to what Megs and Deck are talking about in chat, where it's like, I look at the worst case scenario and I'm like, what's the worst that could happen? And honestly, it's not bad at all. It's really not scary. The thing is, like, that's weird is that I'm trying to coach myself through it. I tell myself the right things, which is like, Preston, look at what the worst that is that could happen. It's not that bad. So what are you scared of? I don't have an answer, but the anxiety is still there. So there's no actual, like, let's say,
clearly
realistic danger. It's just this feeling that is so oppressive, you know?
Well, so the question I think is, does the anxiety ever get in the way of your doing the things that you want to do to live out your values?
Yeah. Like
Sure.
every day, essentially. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
issue. Mm-hmm.
So, you've got an idea in your head of stuff you want to be doing, and you're having this feeling, which you describe as anxiety, which is like, some like sensation of physiological arousal in the like clinical sense, um, in addition to some thoughts that go with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is really, what if you're never going to be able to get rid of those,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let's just assume that that's the case, because if you consult your life experience up to now, probably would suggest that it's maybe never going to go away. Um,
Mm-hmm.
what would it be possible to have those feelings and those thoughts and just do the stuff you want to do anyway?
I would like to think it is. And it is in the sense that at certain times it's happened. It's not completely paralyzing and that I'm rendered absolutely incapable, but it's incredibly difficult. And just based on the past, let's say, year of empirical evidence, statistically speaking, I'd say I've been hindered 70% of what I would do if there were no, just 70%, let's just say. And that's where I am. I'm not trying to say like that's where I am and I'm going to be stuck there and I can't overcome it in any capacity or whatever. But that's just looking at what I consider a substantial amount of time already and what has actually happened.
Sure. So, how about weighing the two things against each other? The doing the stuff that you want to do that gets you in the direction you want to head. Is that worth more to you than the comfort of not having the anxiety? Because you get to pick, right? If doing the thing causes you anxiety, then a perfectly viable alternative, if you really don't want to have anxiety, is to just not do the thing. You get to pick
Mm-hmm.
between the two of those, and you kind of like, you have to let your mind do that picking rather than,
Mm-hmm.
or I don't know about, maybe mind is not the best word for this, but whatever is the real you in there
Mm-hmm.
should pick between those preferences. And I don't actually have any presuppositions about what choice you should make, right? It's entirely subjective.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts about that? Like, when you don't do something you'd rather be doing because you're not willing to feel the anxiety that comes with it, do you feel like that's a choice you're making, or it's just
Sometimes.
something that kind of like happens?
Sometimes. I think it's become more of a choice as I've gotten older. As I've stopped being so, let's say, given over to my emotional whims and just being like, I feel this way, I can't do anything about it, I have to act in accordance with how I feel. I've kind of grown up and been like, well, I don't have to. I still have the physical capability to do the thing, even if it makes me feel super terrified and scared. And sometimes I've done it, but sometimes I haven't. But at least I can. So I guess that, I've thought through to that point as well, where it's like, I should think about, in a week, what will I be glad that I've done in this particular moment when I look back, and no longer am feeling, scared or not scared or whatever. The momentary, like, oh, I feel relieved not putting myself out there on a limb and feeling scared, that's going to go away, But if I, go put myself out on a limb, do something courageous and risky, and it, pays off, or even just the fact that I did it and I am proud of myself for having done it because I lived according to my value, that's something that will stick with me until next week and beyond. I'll look back and be like, you did the thing. You lived your life in a way that aligns with your values and what you care about. You ought to be proud of that for your sincerity and your authenticity, that your actions aligned with your internal values. And I recognize all of that if that is what you're getting at. Like, I recognize that. And it helps a little bit, but it's still incredibly difficult. And it's sort of like not a rational, the rationality doesn't always win out. you know? It's still an
Sure.
emotional battle, you could say.
Have you entertained the possibility that it's always going to be difficult? Maybe that's just what the experience of life is for you.
I have. That's something I've been thinking about a bit more recently. Because it's been a while, and I was like, things haven't just magically gotten better. And I've done things and kind of like taken steps, and in a sense, it sort of gets easier in the moment. But I thought it would get easier, like permanently, is what I was hoping for. But it hasn't. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know why. I don't make the rules, but maybe this is just how it is as I'm uncovering what it actually is like, for me at least.
Yep.
And that kind of sucks. But at the same time, it's kind of like, well, if this is rock bottom, like it's not going to get better. This is what I'm working with. And that's life. I can complain.
Probably won't get a ton worse either.
Huh? Yeah, probably won't get
Probably
a ton
won't get a
worse.
lot worse, yeah.
Yeah, so part of me is like, if this is the hand I'm dealt for whatever reasons, my emotions, my whatever, this is where I am. This is all I have to work with. I can throw a tantrum. I can give up. I can whatever, but no one else is going to be able to change anything for me. Just me. And in a sense,
Maybe not even you.
Maybe not even you. Me. Yeah. Except hopefully maybe to actually have control over the actions that I want to do, not necessarily how I feel.
That's exactly how I would put it. I think that's a great way of looking at it, yeah.
This is all kind of ties back around to when I asked you, do you believe that sometimes life just is hard and it's not, you can have the best like rational thoughts and understanding of things, but sometimes it's going to be difficult and confusing and unclear, the steps forward kind of thing.
Are you seriously asking that question of me? Yes, my answer to that is strong yes.
You don't live like that though. At least what you give off, the energy you give off is not one of like, oh gosh, life is so hard. I don't know what I'm doing this step and that step. And when I think about you, at least the Ryan in my mind, it's like, oh, you've thought about it all. You have a nice flow chart of like safeguards that guide you forward and prevent you from feeling bad things and help you to guide you towards feeling good things, and it's all neatly arranged.
I think you've got it. I think you've got it backwards. I've so thoroughly internalized the lesson that life is always going to be chaos and not going to make sense, and is going to be struggle and suffering and all sorts of uncertainty. That I kind of like incorporate that assumption into my way of thinking about everything. And that might seem to other people that like this is that I have things very much under control, but it's only proceeding from a foundation of total not control, right? Recognition of and a kind of embrace of the suffering that is inherent in the human predicament. Of course it's hard. I mean, this is like basic human stuff, right? You're not the only person to like struggle with self-doubt, and sometimes to do the things you want and sometimes to not do the things that you want. I think it looks different for different people. I see most people's motivations in life through the lens of insecurity, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of what many people would describe as confidence, or the external manifestations of confidence, to me usually just look like insecurity. People's erection of certain facades that give the impression that they're deeply confident people, and very sure of themselves, usually indicates to me that the opposite is the case. And so, one way of looking at your approach to this is just you're like a little bit more in touch with what's going on in your life and in your brain, and that actually puts you ahead of other people who are entirely driven by insecurity and in an utterly unconscious way, right?
I'm winning.
You could just like, yeah, you could be compensating for this anxiety, but seriously, in a way, you could be compensating for this insecurity and anxiety by, pretending that you're awesome, even in spite of like maybe not actually being awesome in various domains, but never actually like doing the work that's required to get better. Uh, I think all of us are familiar with people who do those things in our everyday lives. And I wouldn't say that that's a desirable state of affairs, even though like the behavioral topography is confidence, as most people would describe it. But that's, you know, a very surface level thing.
I like that. I really like that you reminded me about the fact that often a lot of our issues come down to trying to have control over things. And it's actually something I kind of like remind people about, is that, you know, not necessarily so direct, but usually like, hey, what you're trying to do right now, or why you feel so worried or insecure or anxious, is because you're looking for some kind of predictability or constancy or permanence from something that you just cannot expect that from. You don't have that control over. And that's kind of the source of that mindset going into that. Like, I want to control this. I need to own this. I need to have this do my bidding or whatever. That's kind of the source of your predicament. Not that you want it, but because life just doesn't play out like that kind of thing.
The real dilemma of all of this thinking is like, it's hard to deny the rationality of everything that we're saying, but on a practical basis, like, we have to get up in the morning and somehow find the motivation to do anything at all, right? And if you like sort of intellectually recognize the utter futility of all of this, it's sometimes hard to find that motivation. Like, why bother getting out of bed at all, right? And I'm not sure that I necessarily have a great answer to that question. It's always a question of like, how much narrative and delusion are we willing to take on, or are we capable of taking on, to like give ourselves some sense of like solace and comfort that is sufficient to get us, up off the floor, out of the puddle, doing the thing that we want to do today. And I struggle with this myself all the time. And
5 people got depression from hearing you say that, but then 5 other people got out of their depression from hearing you say that.
That's about what I would expect. But stupid, like totally ridiculous small things also will really set me down a spiral of despair sometimes. I think on our last conversation, I talked to you about my experience when the original batch of Heavy Sixes came back, right? And despite all of my diligent efforts and my great investment of my like intentionally creating a strategy to ensure utmost quality control, despite all of that, it came back just like garbage, right? And I had to figure out how to solve that problem. And now, obviously, I'm going to get up the next morning and I'm going to set about the task of solving the problem. And I'm usually pretty decent at doing that. And when I focus on the logistics of something like that, it's very comforting, and I don't have to like meditate on the feeling sorry for myself. But there was definitely a brief period of time when it happened to me, where I felt like, there's just like, this is totally out of my hands. It's just this like misfortune just kind of raining down on me, and for all my great efforts, there's just nothing that I could have done to have prevented it. And when things like that happen, I like the first impulse of some deep lizard brain part of me is, why are you doing this? Like, just stop, just go, just like cancel all the orders, refund all the orders, never think about keyboards ever again. Just run away. And because like, what's the point? There's just misery, and there's nothing you can do to make it better. And I find that like my thoughts about everything else in the world suddenly become poisoned by this one minor negative event. It's like, it's this weird cascade that I find myself in. And I don't know if it's something that everyone experiences, or it's just like me as a anxious, depressive human being, but I find things frequently spilling out, right? Some very minor, because, I have this very comfortable, lazy life, and, I have far more fortune than most people should have, and so like bad things very rarely happen to me, and sometimes very minor and great I am and how great my life is, it'll just make me think that the universe is malign and everything that I can turn my thoughts to suddenly seems out to get me, and confirmation that the universe is hostile to my existence. Um, Fortunately, that just like after a couple of days it goes away, uh, but it happens to me too.
Hmm.
And I find that generally speaking, the best way to combat it is to just let it be there and do the stuff that I need to do to fix the problem, right? Or that I want to be doing. And in that case, it was just like, okay, so this is a disaster. I'm gonna have to spend a lot of money to fix this problem. I'm gonna lose a bunch of money from this project, and that's fine because I know what my value is, and it is shipping keyboards that I'm proud of to everyone who ordered them. And so I just, I fire up Excel or whatever, or I call and start working out the logistics, or I call the alternative company that's gonna, powder coat these housings that I need to save from bad anodizing, stuff like that. And the more, um, the more I absorb myself in the flow of those tasks, the more those negative feelings about the universe just start receding into the universe, because you start to have some sense of control, even though it may be illusory. At least you feel like there's like something you can do about this bad feeling.
Hmm.
Illusory.
I mean, it's really hard, but it's also extremely simple. Have the bad feeling and go do your thing that you don't want to do. That's all. That's all. Like, there's nothing else to say, right? Just do the damn thing.
Yeah.
Instead of being paralyzed, get up. It's that hard and it's that easy.
Just walk. Just get up. Yeah.
Yep. Starts by moving your foot. One step, put it in the right direction, and go.
I like that. I think that's incredibly profound because, at least from my generation, how I've been raised is to believe that the bottom line, or like where you start from, should be like a clean slate where you feel good, as opposed to what you're saying, which is that you're in the thick of it and it feels bad and you don't necessarily have a solution, but you just go. And I think that is fundamentally different. And I think the former, what I was talking about, like you get to a place where you feel good and then you start from there. I think the kind of the really insidious thing is that that's possible some of the time, which makes it feel like it's possible all of the time.
Yes. Yeah. That's actually, it's way worse than if everything were just hard all the time, because then you wouldn't get spoiled on those rare occasions when it's just like, oh, maybe it could just be like this all the time.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait around for it to feel like this. But then it turns out that that's actually just 30% of all the opportunities for doing things in life, and then you miss all the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually is also a very insightful statement, which I appreciate.
Yes!
It actually would be way better.
Let's go!
It would be way better if everything just sucked and were really hard, because then you wouldn't ever be tempted to just like lie on the floor and wait for yourself to feel good, because that would never work.
Mm-hmm. Basic Builds is a keyboard streamer, and she thinks you're handsome.
I look like someone's college boyfriend, apparently.
Yeah, so that's some modicum of handsomeness to be somebody's boyfriend, you know?
I think we've talked about this before, but I don't have a type really in terms of people that I'm attracted to, other than people who remind me that other people that I've been in love with in the past. And so I have this like excellently like always expanding, set of people that I find attractive, because they like vaguely remind me.
You could say always expanding, but one could say constantly narrowing if it's always related to somebody, in the sense that it has to be like somebody you've liked. Wouldn't you say?
Well, but the number of people that I've liked goes up over time.
I guess it depends how much one person can vary from the last one. You know what I'm saying? Not last, there's necessarily a sequence, but it is interesting though.
Not true, Ryan. You hate facial hair. Remember, I don't know. Oh, who is this that knows that I don't like facial hair? Did I talk about this last time?
I think this might be one of your newsletter viewers who joined.
Possible. I'm pretty sure I haven't written about that.
You said it last time.
Someone
who knows you. It's probably someone just smurfing.
I don't know these
usernames.
Fake online identities. It's way better being able to see chat.
Yeah, right. Okay, they can see what they're saying about you. Oh, you said it last time. Okay.
Well, good on you for paying such close attention.
Yeah, we're gonna drop the quiz.
Closer attention than I was paying to myself.
People always remember things you say better than you remember them yourself.
Yeah, actually, this is something you do all the time, Preston. You're always saying things to me that I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. That sounds like something I would say. But
and I'm like, yeah, Ryan, you said this to me 3 months ago. One time I copied and pasted one of Ryan's messages in Messenger to him. And I was like, I copied and pasted it, sent it. And I was like, man, this is really true. This is profound. I'm learning this right now. And then you were like, wow, that's really good, Preston. I was like, yeah, Ryan, I just copied and pasted your message from 3 months ago. And I'm learning it and I'm like incorporating it in my life. And you're like, oh, I wrote that?
You would.
I was like, yeah, and you were like, you sent me a message that I wrote? And I was like, yeah, like to tell you that this is good. This is true. And you're like, oh, okay.
And I guess you very reasonably assumed that I would recognize it as my own.
I did. That was hilarious. Ryan, do you talk to people who talk like you? Come on, let's be real. The answer is no, right? So how do you not recognize your own vernacular and your vocabulary and your syntax and your diction? Am I right?
I do frequently read people who I think.
That's true. You do read a lot. Never mind.
But you're right. I guess. Sure.
Yeah, I'm used to a world where people don't necessarily read a lot. So therefore, the only kind of media coming in is like YouTube or who they talk to. And for the most part, these people they don't speak so formally. So in my head, I was like, who does Ryan talk to? Really not a lot of people. And they definitely don't speak as formally as him. So, but I forgot that you read. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't talk to anyone. I just read things written by dead people for the most part.
New hot book. Oh, this person's not dead yet. All right, we're gonna wait until.
The person I would most want to speak like is Christopher Hitchens, who is semi-recently dead.
I thought you were gonna say the person who you most want to die so you can read his book. It's terrible. He forgets his own genius sometimes. Yeah, very, very much so. What are we even talking about? I don't remember. I think that I think a lot of people from my generation, I'm kind of saying this to myself, is that we need to be told that sometimes life is just going to be hard and you just got to do stuff. This is just kind of reinforcing the point that we just said. Like, we're kind of waiting for it to be easy, or even like as we get a little older, we're like, we can make life easier for ourselves and for others, which is completely true. But there's a certain limit to how much that can go. But I think we kind of place too much power in our own belief of how much we can get all our ducks in a row before actually trying things. And I think that's my own shortcoming, is that like I've been so, intellectual and whatever, that I'm like, if I only just pieced it together in my mind, it would be like a straight shot. But that can't always happen. And sometimes I just have to accept the fact that it's going to be hard. It's going to feel like really crappy or difficult, and I'm not ever going to be able to get started otherwise.
Yeah, I think if we look at most people that we would regard as being like actualized in life are people who take that as their premise and then, work, take that as their starting point and go from there. But I don't think you're the first member of the first generation in history to prefer comfort over discomfort. I don't think it's this is not necessarily like a generational issue. It's you can go back through history and find every generation, older generation, saying that the younger generation is lazy and spoiled, and it's like it's a timeless phenomenon. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the case. It's like there's always the temptation to feel that way because there is a kind of accumulation of practical wisdom that comes from getting older, and it's very easy to see younger people and assume that they're that old that if you're looking at it from the perspective of someone who's older, that you weren't just as stupid when you were young, right? And in most cases, everyone was.
Except for you.
Oh my god, I was so fucking stupid when I was young. Maybe not in the like conventional ways, but worse ways for sure.
Do you ever wonder what your future self would think about your present self? I think about that pretty often because it's very easy for me to be like, man, I'm so smart, I know it all. But I look back at myself 3 years younger, I'm like, dude, you're an idiot. And certainly 3 years older me is probably going to feel something similar, you know? But I don't say I'm not saying you have to think about that, but sometimes it's funny to think about it. I'm like,
Here's an interesting.
What am I really dumb in right now? But I'm completely blind to. Anyway, continue. What was that?
No, I sort of along the theme of what you're saying. There was an interesting idea that I encountered somewhere, and I no longer remember where it was, but it's this exact idea that you articulated. Like if I look back at my previous self, I think he's a fucking moron, right? And I want to go like punch him in the face, and that's a pretty consistent pattern in my life, and I find that a lot of people have a similar pattern in their life. So by logical extension, we can assume that ourselves in the future will want to look back at us today and punch him in the face, or punch me in the face. So we should regard our past self and our future self as assholes and enemies. And so because they both do and will hate us, right? And so, although maybe not our past self, our current self, but anyway, there's this inherent tension between who you are now and who you will be, right? And yet, a lot of us spend most of our time not like living our life as it is right now and trying to enjoy it, but rather worrying about a remembered past and an imagined future, and trying to like do things in service of that future self.
A remembered past and an imagined future. Dang, that's the title of my next poem. Thanks.
This is a common phrase you hear in, let's say, like,
if you read books.
Sure, if you read books.
If you're cultured.
Particularly like books in Eastern philosophy, or books that are like encourage us to resist the temptation towards coercing our lives into a narrative, right? So like Zen Buddhism, very big on this idea. Taoism, people who are into like Eastern thought, people who are into acceptance and commitment therapy, which is what that book, what like school of psychology that book, The Confidence Gap, is in. And so you frequently hear this phrase of like the opposite of living in the present moment is living in a remembered past and an imagined future. And usually the premise is it would be better to actually exist in the present moment because that's the only thing that is actually real.
Right.
And again, that's what that movie Soul is about.
Oh, spoilers. Just kidding.
That's not a spoiler. It's saying that what the theme of a movie is not a plot spoiler. But it's one of the best like popular culture representations of that idea that I've ever encountered.
Cool. I'm excited. Excited to watch it.
There are a lot of other very approachable articulations of this idea by this deceased writer Alan Watts, who was really into like interpreting Eastern philosophy for Western readers. And you can find lots of highly digestible nuggets on YouTube of his lectures.
Nuggets.
Interesting.
Okay. Who is that? What was that name again?
Alan Watts. In fact, there's a character in Soul whom I believe to be a kind of reference to Alan Watts. He has very similar physical features to Alan Watts and is kind of fills a similar role. I think that's probably not an accident.
More spoilers. Just kidding. Somebody, yo, what's up, Kimchi? Kimchi wants you to tell us a childhood story about young Ryan.
Okay, sure. So, along the lines of my having internalized very deeply from early life how horrible human existence is, I have I think my first memory, or one of the first memories I can recall, is I think I went to like the dentist or something, or a doctor, and they gave me a balloon. I remember like very specifically, it was like a red balloon, and it had this like cool string on it and everything. And it was like, a reward for being good at the dentist or doctor or something. And so we came home. I was literally, I don't know, probably 3 or something, very, very young. And my mother comes around the side of the car and opens the door, and I like accidentally like let go of the balloon, and it like floats off into the sky. And it was this thing that I wanted and I cared about and was very excited about, and it just got whisked away from me without it being under my control in any way. And I called out to my mother to get it for me, and of course that's physically impossible because she cannot fly. And she pointed this out to me, sort of like, matter of factly, and I remember it very like, it's a very potent memory for me, because yeah, exactly, balloon gone equals nihilism.
Okay.
What?
Okay. It's just so funny. Anyway, continue. Deck's freaking
Sure.
hilarious.
Up until that, when you're very, very young and you live your entire life entirely protected by your parents or your mother, and every one of your needs or whims, you believe, can be answered by her. Like it's like if God were real. Sorry, I know you're a religious person, but I'm just saying, from my
So
perspective,
offended.
it's as if God were real. And there's this benign, all-powerful force in the universe that is your mother when you're very young, whom you believe can solve every problem. And I had this like emotionally traumatic experience of a thing that I wanted, that I was connected to, that the universe took away from me. And I turned to this force that I thought was benevolent and all-powerful to solve this problem for me, and she couldn't do it. And I realized, oh, so that's how life goes. That's how there are
That's
things
how it's
that
gonna be.
that's how it's going to be. There are things that no matter how much we want them, or someone may want them for us, that it turns out you just actually can't have. And it was the first time I ever had that thought. And it's kind of interesting to remember having existed in a time before you had ever had that thought, and then realized, oh, this is like, you're transitioning into a totally different world than you thought you lived in, and coming into a premise for existence that is very different than what you had believed previously. It's maybe very telling about who I am as a person that's like one of my absolute very earliest memories of that, like having that realization and not being super cool with it.
Super cool. Yeah, I had a very similar, almost identical balloon incident as well, where I had a balloon.
Really?
And then my dad was the one who bumped into me. Like, it was very much his fault. And then it bumped into me. I dropped it. I let it go. And then I lost it. And I was like bawling, like throwing a tantrum, like 60% sad, 40% angry. And yeah, just, I don't think I was like as philosophical of a 3-year-old as you were, but that's actually about as far as the similarity goes. I was just really sad.
Maybe we could spare generations of trauma and depression and psychological issues if we just abolished balloons forever. Clearly.
Yeah, I think all my current existential angst and anxiety paralysis just goes back to that one moment. Yeah, our balloon incidents.
So that wasn't a happy time child story.
Yeah, thanks for that
Sorry,
story, Ryan.
That's the first one that came to mind.
At least it was relevant. Very, very relevant.
Yeah, it is germane. Put that on the word list.
Germain.
Germain.
Relevant to a subject under consideration. I'm clicking the Google pronounce thing. Everybody can hear it, but you can't.
Cannot.
Germain. I need a pee. Hey Ryan. So I don't know if I told you before, but my channel has a channel points thing where people implore me to drink, like take shots of alcohol or alcoholic content through alcoholic beverages. Would you like to partake with me?
No, thank you. You're leaning into this whole trained seal thing. That's what's going on here.
Just want to have a good time, Ryan. Just brain off a little bit. Just put the work aside. Sure. The productivity, you can put it on hold. One shot's not going to make you, drunk. Just have a little fun.
They all say.
Wait, sure, what? Sure. Ryan, before you got on stream, I was telling people that I would just love. They just want to see you drink.
Where does that come from? What is that about? Why do people always want to see other people drink?
It's a communal act.
It's a cult creepy thing. Like, why do you feel so weird and insecure about doing this thing on your own?
Whoa!
So you need other people around you to be doing it.
Shots fired! It's a communal activity. Okay.
Okay.
It's like, hey, let's have a dinner together.
Definition.
It's like, let's go eat together.
I never bought into that.
And then you're like, why you gotta go eat with me? Why are you so insecure? It's like, no, it's like having a drink, having a meal. Same thing,
Sure, but people don't get so evangelical about eating food.
Some people do. But I mean,
okay.
Okay, so why don't you give chat a little bit of context and history on your relationship with alcohol, if you want to call it that. It's not something so serious, but like you used to, right? And now you don't. So kind of what's the reasoning?
No. Never drank. Never been drunk in my life.
Okay. First of all, being drunk is not a requisite for drinking and enjoying alcohol. I would say they're kind of antithetical.
Never had an entire unit of alcoholic beverage. I've tasted alcohol from time to time.
Yeah. So one time we talked and I was drinking Strongbow cider and you were like, hey, I had that when I was in Europe or something. And I was like, no way. That's crazy coincidence. So that's fine. That counts. You drank before.
Sure, but again, not like a whole can of it. Not a whole glass. I had a few sips and I was like, oh, that's not the most vile substance I've ever put in my body. That puts it way ahead of all other alcohol that I've, encountered.
I mean, that's fine. I have nothing against that you don't enjoy drinking. I think people just want to know because they're curious. Most people are not so against it as you are, and we're not pressuring you to. We're just curious about why. Because once again, as with any question we ask you, you have such a unique and developed perspective on it and stance. Rather.
It's gross, and the only effect it has on you is to impair your abilities. Why would I want to impair my ability to function? How is that desirable?
Because you lose your ability to function a little bit, but you gain your ability to loosen up and relax and enjoy a little bit more. You trade one thing for the other.
If that did work, wouldn't it be horrible? Because then you must consume alcohol to be able to loosen up and enjoy the experience. It becomes this this tool, this instrument of having that experience. If that's an experience I need to have, I'd rather learn how to have it without needing to use some sort of pharmacological intervention.
I don't disagree. I think about that pretty often. I think that that's fine. It's more so, it's not so much the effect necessarily, but it's like the activity, right? It's like you and I could hang out, or we could go to Disneyland and hang out. Why do we need to go to Disneyland to have more fun than just being at your house? Why don't we learn how to have as much fun at Disneyland as we would have at Disneyland, but at your house? Well, the circumstance is obviously different. And whether you call that Disneyland a circumstance that's external to us, I think alcohol, even though we're intaking it, could also be external to us in that it brings something that you wouldn't otherwise have. That's the way I see it.
You're making, perhaps not super explicitly or intentionally, but you're making a case that I find extremely persuasive, which is that fundamentally, everything we do is a pharmacological intervention, right? Everything boils down to neurotransmitters, whether it's entirely stimulated by, whether it's exogenous manipulation or endogenous manipulation through behavior and experiences.
I know those words.
Good. And so and so what you were saying, perhaps implicitly, is that going to Disneyland is basically like taking drugs. And I don't actually disagree with you. And I've had that same thought myself, and it does slightly contaminate my experience.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I take it back.
Okay. It's not your fault. I've had this thought myself. Like, you know what? I enjoy this a little bit too much, and it's going to make me a little too accustomed to comfort and happiness.
Which is sort of what Disneyland intentionally does, you could say, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's how they get people to come back. Yeah,
uncomfortable with that. And that's totally fucking stupid, and I should be punched in the face. Fortunately, I have a woman who tells me shut up and go to Disneyland, and that's fine.
So, am I right to assume that if Alon was a nice recreational, drinker of alcohol, you'd probably also be into it, or at least partake from time to time? Probably, right?
That's an interesting question. I think it's too hypothetical because it requires him to be a different person, and probably more things would go along with that than his feelings on alcohol, I think.
Spoken like a non-alcohol drinker. I think
it's a thing that people do, and
yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily a thing that people are, which I think often non-alcohol drinkers think of people who drink. It's like that's part of their being. They must do that. They don't know. They aren't themselves without alcohol. Maybe?
No. I think you misunderstand what I mean by it's a thing that people do. That to me, that phrase is like the most horrible insult you can ever give to any activity.
A thing that people do?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Because it just means, it's like people do it because it's a thing that people do. Like tasting alcohol is fucking disgusting. I don't think that if you didn't grow up in a culture where people pushed you past that initial revulsion at the taste of it and the like weird sensation of disorientation that comes from first being drunk, I don't think people would persist in doing it. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But I feel like a lot of people do it because it's a thing that people do. And so they exert the effort to get past that threshold so that they can do the thing that the other people...
Be included or whatever.
Sure. Or that people are reporting is like worth doing. I don't know.
I understand that. I don't disagree.
For things to require effort, I feel like they should have some kind of payoff.
Right. Of course. I didn't drink for a long period of my life, even after people like try to, I don't want to say pressure, but sort of persuade me through, oh, it's a thing people do and like be included and blah, 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 it's fun or whatever. But then I was like, this tastes terrible and I get no enjoyment from it. Therefore, I'm not going to do it. And then it was a little bit later in my life that I will say there was no pure influence where I genuinely found something I enjoyed. But it didn't automatically make me enjoy all swaths of alcohol, but simply just one particular thing. And I would actually drink it on my own, not, apart from people.
Sure.
And so I think it's entirely possible, though I do think I'm in the minority in that sense. So I agree with
and
you.
And
I just
you would have probably gone on that quest to find the thing if there weren't this other social context around it. Although someone in chat pointed out quite reasonably a thought that I had myself too, which is that sometimes animals do stumble into consuming fermented things and end up drunk from it. But I think that looks different. Ooh,
Burley says, coffee the first time you tried it was disgusting as well.
Yes, and that's definitely true for me. I actually did exert effort to like coffee, but I feel like it doesn't really have any particular downside.
It helps.
So it's
It
fine.
doesn't hurt. Yeah, it's opposite
Sure.
in a sense.
It's debatable, but it doesn't come with cognitive impairment for the thing, for the things that I care about. This is stupid, but I care about productivity a lot, and things that impair my productivity inherently make me like uncomfortable and unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my burden to bear.
That's understandable.
One thing to note is that I don't go to Disneyland every weekend. Well, you say that. But
Wait, who said that about you? Ryan's offended. Make no mistake, I go to Disneyland at least this every.
When it was open, it's been closed for quite some time. But during the period when it was open, I calculated how many days out of the year I had spent in a Disney park. And so I guess this was probably like most of 2019, 2018. And I think it was like 1 out of every 6 days I could be found at a Disney park during that year. It's pretty wacky. Since the closest one to me at the time was a 6.5 hour drive.
NorCal drive down to SoCal. That's what Ryan did. Can confirm. Anecdotally, I would message him and be like, hey Ryan, what are you up to? He's like, at Disneyland, in the Tiki Hut place. Like multiple occasions. I was like, wow, weren't you there just like last week? And you're like, yep. I was like, living the life. I like it.
I would drive back to inspect some keyboards at the warehouse, and then I would drive back again. Keone, I will definitely go with you to Disneyland as soon as that is possible.
Let's go.
Send me a message. Let's do it.
Ryan and I have gone to Disneyland on a couple occasions. One of those times was with Nathan Kim. It was a good time. It was just me and Ryan.
It's a little on the brief side because we ended up driving down. We got up in the morning in Redwood City, in Silicon Valley, and then drove down. And so we were really only able to go to the park for a few hours. But
yeah, Ryan was telling me about like the history of the park rides and attractions. And then Nathan was like, I gotta document this in my Instagram story. You know, good times. Just kidding. He's not here right now, so don't clip that or anything. Nathan's got a living. Yeah, he's got a living to take care of. Yeah, I don't blame him. No shade. Just facts.
I think he was actually, as I recall, there was some kind of drama going on. Some like Twitch streamers who were like boyfriend and girlfriend were breaking up or something, and he was very immersed in that.
A little bit more spicy than that, but we don't need to get into that right now.
Yeah. I'm not into the spice, especially Twitch spice. What were we talking about? Oh, someone actually asked in chat.
Anyway, continue.
We're talking about alcohol, but I want to answer this question, which is, please talk about feelings that Disneyland is closed. Like, was there withdrawal? You have no idea. Every day I think about it, and it makes me like, it's not so much a question of like, oh, I can't go to Disneyland today, but there's just like, so there's a great documentary about the Disney parks and just about Imagineering in general, the artistic curation and the creation of these spaces that are meant to evoke certain, escapist emotions in people. And one of the Imagineers has this great quote, which is that like the core message of the Disney parks is that everything is going to be okay, right? And it's this excellent place to go to if you have this like fundamentally dark view of humanity and human existence, to just escape the world for a little while and pretend that, you can inhabit this idealized universe where everything is as we imagined that it would be in stories. And of course, there's no time when humanity needs that kind of release valve more than in a horrific global pandemic. And yet we're denied access to that comfort during this time. And so it's like, it doesn't actually necessarily particularly matter to me that I can't go to the tiki room right now. I can just listen to the music in my house, or I can watch videos of like ride throughs of all the rides. It's not that. It's just like knowing that that option is not there in the universe, and that you
Mhm.
can't go like participate in this communal experience of people just like escaping the outside world. Like, you know, that there's that sign. I think maybe we talked about this in the last stream, but there's the you and I took our picture in
We
front of that
took our
sign.
picture. Yes.
Right. And it's like, which very succinctly articulates the idea or the message of the parks, which is like, you know, as you're going in, it says something along the lines of like, here you leave the world of today and enter the world of, you know, fantasy
Mhm.
tomorrow and adventure or something like that. And it's like the explicit premise of the parks is, you know, getting away from reality. And I don't know, there's something very tragic to me about people not having access to that at the time when they would probably certainly need it most.
Mm-hmm. Megs says
I
best
think
part
about
of
it
Disney is butterfly tent. Can you confirm? I don't know what that means.
in Florida. Probably, I think they mean at Epcot Center. There's a butterfly tent, yeah, which is pretty cool. I did walk through that. Disney
Okay, so
doesn't exactly have alcohol, actually. In Disneyland, there's no alcohol other than at Club 33. You can get alcohol in Disney California Adventure, but Walt Disney was pretty adamant about. Actually, now you can also get it in Galaxy's Edge in the bar, but Walt Disney was pretty adamant about not serving alcohol in his parks because he didn't want drunk people around. Kind of kills the escapist vibe.
yeah, imagine drunk people. Haha. Couldn't be me. You've ever seen me drunk?
I remember seeing you under the influence of other chemicals, but drunk?
Keyboards.
Yes, keyboard chemicals.
I don't think so. I've been sufficiently tipsy from like when we've gone to eat places. And there's one time I brought, I think it was wine or something, or ciders, back to your place and put it in the fridge. And I was like, this is the only time Ryan's ever gonna have alcohol in his fridge. And I was like, anybody want any? Alon? Jeff? Nope, nobody wanted any. I just drank it on my own. But it was good. It was a fun time.
I like it when other people feel comfortable enough around me or are sufficiently alcoholics that they just are quite happy to be the only person drinking with me. Like I quite enjoy that, actually. I like it when people are content to just toss a few back even though I'm not.
Whoa, the lingo! I didn't even know that. Toss a few
What
back.
lingo? Toss a few back. I watch a lot of 1955 movies, and that's terminology from that era.
Oh, do people no longer say that? Deck, do people still say
I
that
probably
now?
do
or-
still say it, but I just mean that
Oh,
you don't.
okay.
I don't have to be aware of contemporary lingo to know the phrase "toss a few back."
True.
Yeah, does sound very Humphrey Bogart. That's right.
I think I wrote down some notes of things that people have asked a couple times already, and I feel a little bad, so I want to get to their questions. I wanted to even before they asked multiple times. One is, Raptors asked, actually, a couple things. I almost spilled my drink. The Tiki Bar. That's not an actual bar, right? There's no alcohol there, right?
There is a bar, a tiki themed bar at Disneyland. We didn't go there. It's called Trader Sam's. It's in the Disneyland Hotel. Basically, has like a courtyard, and it's in that area.
The one we stayed at.
No, we stayed at the Grand Californian. The
We stayed at
Disneyland Hotel is a different
Two
hotel.
hotels. Oh wait, I think I spent time in your hotel room, the Disney one, but I never stayed there.
Oh, we didn't stay there. Yes, that's right. Sorry. So we stayed at something called like the Desert Palms Hotel,
Yeah.
the corner of Harbor and Catella, which is outside of the park, but also inside of downtown Disney. There is the Grand Californian hotel room, and I definitely know you were at least in that room. You and Keone was there, I think, and somebody else, as I recall.
Shout out to Keone.
Indeed. But anyway, that's a different.
Indeed.
It is a Disneyland hotel, but it is not the Disneyland hotel.
Oh, okay.
The Disneyland Hotel was built around the time of the park itself and is kind of architecturally unremarkable. It's kind of like modern themed, I guess.
Ryan's way of saying it looks ugly. It was
I guess,
architecturally unremarkable.
Well, the point is that usually Disney resort hotels are architecturally very remarkable because they invest a lot of effort into the artistic creation of that stuff. And that's just not true for that hotel because it was before that was a thing. And in fact, Walt Disney Company didn't own that hotel until like the 80s or something. Walt Disney had so run out of money in building Disneyland that he had to get his like friend who was some kind of oil tycoon to build the Disneyland hotel so people would have a place to stay in Anaheim. So they didn't even own it until relatively recently.
I see. Ryan, I feel like if you were a mean person, you would find very like eloquent ways to diss people.
I'm a great connoisseur of that genre of humor.
As in, you enjoy intaking it, or you like creating
I enjoy other people doing it.
Okay, just observing it.
Right.
Well, you should put your
not confrontational to do it too much myself, but nevertheless, I have great.
Do it to your friends.
Okay, I'll try to apply that in future to you, Preston.
Yes, let's go. I'll be your practice dummy, your punching bag. Your face is structurally insignificant. Norbauer x Choobs roast session. That would be great. I would get out roasted. Let's be clear, like by a mile.
So, Alon explained to me what KEKW means recently, but I've forgotten. Can you remind me? It's like, isn't KEK like Korean for LOL or something? Isn't that like part of the origin? I did call you a trained seal. That's true.
We'll just let chat handle this one.
Okay.
I'm the one behind the camera. They're the ones in chat typing the emotes. So we each have our specific strengths and knowledge.
Got it.
Things, you know. Contrary to how it might seem, I'm not as like with it as you might think.
That's quite right.
Oh yeah, okay. I know what video it's from. I don't know why it's called KEKW exactly, but I know.
I know that video. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Gok?
Started well. The two factions.
Gok is a keyboard designer. I don't know if you've seen his keyboard designs. You're not very involved in the MX world, so don't be offended if Ryan.
Like keyboards. Yeah, I don't know anything about keyboards.
Right, Ryan doesn't care about keyboards or whatever.
Keyboard designers, they're usually nice people.
Mm-hmm. It's the people buying things that are really annoying.
Yeah, those fucking assholes. What a bunch of jerks. Can you imagine?
Pretty much. Can you imagine? Kek started in a while. Okay, so I'm a Raptors actually asked a question twice, and I feel kind of bad now, but he asked, Mr. Norbauer, do you find yourself identifying who you are by your own accolades? And then he asked it again and said, is there anything inherently wrong with that? Would you like to...
There's nothing inherently wrong with anything. But I
really?
try not
You really believe that?
Sure. As a context-free statement.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah, as a context-free statement. What's interesting is because... That's so interesting. Okay, so this is what I think about. When I talk to you, Ryan, I'm always like, you know, there are things that kind of hit me. I'm like, whoa, he actually believes this. Kind of wild. And I want people to kind of like know about those things. And this is when I was talking to you. I said we should compile sort of a short list of things that people are not just surprised by, because, you know, shock factor is always fun, but genuinely like things that are important to you. For example, you being a huge Disney nerd is something that I think is really essential to who you are, and you absolutely love it. You know so much about like the behind the scenes, the history of things. Like I went with Ryan to Disney, and I pretty much just said, Ryan,
whatever it's worth, the parks for the most part, not like Disney in general.
Yes, the parks. And I was like, Ryan, tell me about every single ride we go on. Tell me about the history. And he was just able to talk nonstop. Like there was just so much to know, and he knew it all, or knew a substantial amount that he could tell me. And clearly he went to Disney on his own without me, so it wasn't performative or anything. It's just like he genuinely loves being there and experiencing it. And I think that's something that most people would not expect. I didn't expect it, but it's just so cool to hear about and different and unique. And I think it's one of those things that could be, someone could be like, that's surface level, he likes Disney, cool, but it keeps running deeper and deeper the more that if they were to dig into it. You know, why do you love Disney, and why this and why that, and what do you get from it? And it's not, and there's some like quote unquote surface level reasons, but there are many really deep, rich reasons too. And I think that's cool, like that there are other things that you have about your life that are like that too. Like almost, I think what's cool about talking to you is that almost every single thing you say, for the most part, can be unpacked into like this really well thought out kind of like, I came to this conclusion after much deliberation kind of thing. That if, you know, someone could understand that about you just by asking you. Which is
okay,
pretty cool.
So first of all, Solji, I can see your message, but I can't unselfconsciously wink on command. To address what you were talking about, but we should come back to the I am Raptors question as well. But a lot of people who know other things about me or just know me without knowing my thing about Disney parks find it extremely bizarre and totally unexpected that I should like be into doing that and be, you know, uninhibited in my enthusiasm for it. And but I think, you know, what I get from it is probably different than what some other people get from it, and I do have a pretty like elaborately constructed sort of intellectual framework for why I so like the parks and why I'm so into it and what I get out of the experience of going there. That's probably a little bit different than other people. So, you know, once I fully explain what it is about the experience that appeals to me, I think people find it less weird and surprising, for whatever it's worth. But the that broader question of, or totally unrelated question, I should say, of accolades, right, is an interesting one. And I really try as hard as I possibly can to resist that temptation whenever it comes up. Whenever I've so internalized this stoic value that anyone saying anything complimentary about me, as you may have noticed, makes me extremely physically uncomfortable. Because there's no part of me that I don't want to allow any part of myself to believe any of those ideas. And I don't want to get attached to the idea of other people's approval. Because whether it's like objective accomplishments or just subjective, like thinking I'm an okay person, because it places doing that places one's sense of self-worth entirely in the hands of other people, and oftentimes like the abstract other person doesn't necessarily share your values and doesn't necessarily want you to be the person that you actually would be best off being. So I strongly resist the impulse to take pleasure from other people's praise or accolades, to use the questioner's term. I don't know if that answers the question or not. Something I talk about.
Provides insight into avoiding a pitfall that is, you could say, common to man, you know, being a human, which is good. I think then
there's a flip side to it as well, which is that to the extent that you're unconcerned about the pursuit of other people's accolades, you also can be less hurt by their lack of approval of you or their disapproval of you. And that's also, you know, I had a lot of formative experiences in youth of not having the approval of my peers, and that caused me through learning to always want to find ways of isolating myself from the desire for the approval of my peers, because I frequently didn't get it when I was young, and it was important for me to not worry too much about that. Otherwise, I would not be able to function.
So then that follows into, I think, the next question, which is if somebody says, well, that's good and all for you, but what about my pursuit of things in my life that inherently are tied to, let's say, people approving, and how should I feel about those things?
Well, how tied are they actually would be my question. You can still do worthwhile things without worrying about whether other people approve of those worthwhile things.
What if the problem, let's say problem, I'm getting ahead of myself, but what if they're like, well, those people's approval is sort of inherent to that being worthwhile in my book? What if it being worthwhile for me is because it makes people happy, or makes them like me, or because I belong or feel accepted because of other people's opinions? Then what?
Well, I guess that's problematic, but I can't actually, to the extent that I accept your premise is true, it would be problematic, but I'm having trouble actually thinking of examples where that would necessarily be true. Right, there are lots of things that look like that. Like if you're a stand-up comedian or something, right? To some extent, your success is about other people's approval. But there are also plenty of good reasons for doing that and doing it well that have nothing to do with caring whether the abstract third person approves of your existence or your comedy. And I would probably the people who do it best are people who fall into that category.
That's fair.
So to answer the follow-up in chat about person who's asking the question, I am Raptors, is that right? Was saying that he or she works in the healthcare field and gets some sense of meaning from like helping other people and all of that, but none of that has anything to do, like those are precisely the things that I'm saying we should focus on rather than the like external manifestation of the like approval of other people for your doing that. Like the use of the word accolade is very specific and I think tied to something bad. But
right. It sounds like he's not using the word accolades in the way I would expect. Maybe where you're getting at.
Yeah, maybe another.
It seems like it's his own feelings about what he's doing.
Achievement, right?
Yeah.
And I like achievement is something that I think is actually pretty healthy. Like as I mentioned, I usually find achievements disappointing, but it gives us something to like focus our day. It's like it is an answer to that question of like, okay, so I wake up today in this meaningless universe that doesn't come built in with things that I need to do to win the approval of existence. So what do I do with my day? Well, the pursuit of certain kinds of achievements can give you good answers to those questions, as long as you don't overinvest them with things that are not real and or that make you unhappy. They can give you something to roll you out of bed in the morning and to work towards. So like achievement is fine, but accolades usually is like, that implies the approval of other people for your achievements, and those are a little bit different, or actually extremely different in my view.
Mm-hmm.
So are you feeling, back to our original conversation from however long ago that was, are you feeling better now?
Definitely better than before.
Do you know what caused that transition from feeling worse to feeling better? Was it just the passage of time?
Well, there definitely was a passage of time. I don't think I'd be so naive to say it was simply the passage of time.
Okay.
But
I mean, sometimes it is. I mean, that's in my experience, that's frequently the best cure for depression and anxiety is just to have time pass. Things that seem really terrible will seem less terrible a week from now, on average for me. Not always true, but is generally true. Like with the passage of time inherently comes perspective, and usually things that cause anxiety or avoidance that are actually problematic, it's only because you don't have enough perspective and you're exaggerating how problematic they are, right? If you're correctly responding to problematic things, that's fine, and it's not an issue of not having perspective or proportion. It's only those things that seem super important to us and very paralyzing right now, but we know at some level actually are not important at all. And time just allows us to like directly experience how those things are not important.
Okay.
There's like, it's a thing you commonly hear in, I think this goes, is a really good, I don't know if I would say good, but there's a very thick book on depression written a very, very long time ago, like in the Middle Ages or something. I should really know the date more specifically than that. It's called The Anatomy of Melancholy. And there's lots of advice and analysis in that book. But I'm actually not even sure if this piece of advice exists in it. I have the impression that it does, but it might not. But a frequently, cited thing for people who experience severe depression is that, like, my own experience is that oftentimes it's at its absolute worst at night, at the end of a day, when you feel like things that you might do to make the world better or your life better are sort of cut off from you. And there's something about maybe just even starting, like, the physiological experience of getting tired and just feeling worn down or whatever. But I oftentimes find that the simple experience of going to sleep and waking up the next day, and like whatever that does to your neurotransmitters, in addition to just like resetting your cognitive processes, things almost always look better in the morning. And at night, when you're extremely depressed, it's really hard to remember that. It feels like you need, like, this intense experience you're having of anxiety and depression is something you need to do something with. You need to, like, make it go away or make some decisions based on it or do something with it, instead of just like letting it be there or just going to sleep and waking up the next day and finding that all these things that feel so present and intense suddenly seem less present and intense. And it's really interesting. It's important when you're feeling really depressed and having that change your thoughts to be way more negative than the circumstances justify, to observe directly how just that little change in something physical about your reality can change your thoughts, right? Because when we're very depressed, we're very, like, bound up with our thoughts, and they seem very real and important to us, and they tend to be really they're quite negative, right? By definition. And the thing that you most need in that state is a little bit of perspective on, or ability to take your thoughts less seriously, because the thoughts are flowing from your emotions rather than an objective analysis of reality, right? It's your cognitive process trailing behind your emotional process, and getting a little bit of a brain reboot and suddenly magically thinking differently about everything just because you slept helps you realize, oh wait, my thoughts are not a pure process of logic and reason. They're this thing that is heavily influenced by my physical experience and my physiological sensation of emotions. So there's this, like, very trite often repeated thing, which is like, just go to bed, everything will look better in the morning. And it's extremely hard to believe when you're in that state and it's the middle of the night, but I've almost invariably found it to be true. Doesn't like, I'm sometimes not cured, I don't feel better, totally feel better about a problem or something, but it's almost always better. I don't think I've ever woken up feeling worse or more depressed about something, I think, literally ever.
Thanks for that reminder. I need to use the restroom.
Yes, you mentioned that some long time ago.
Did
Go
I
for it.
already? Wait,
Yeah.
did I Oh, and I still didn't go? Well, I need
That's
to
right.
go now. Good night, 3Leaf. Thanks for hanging out. Entertain chat while I am gone. You are the trained seal for the time being.
I don't have any alcohol to consume, I'm sorry to say. Feel free to ask a question and I'll be happy to answer it. Hello, La La Bop. What do I think about antidepressants? That's actually a very interesting question. I think it's similar to my feeling about a lot of about alcohol and any other form of like exogenous manipulation of our psychopharmacology, right? Which is it never works because all of our neurotransmitters can be understood in this this thing that's described in psychopharmacology as the opponent process model, right? So there's some kind of like, you can think of it as like a homeostatic process that wants to keep neurotransmitter levels in our nervous system at a certain level, right? And so you can do things that temporarily adjust your set point, push it up, push it down, depending on what the neurotransmitter is and its effect, and it can have a temporary influence on our behavior and subjective experience. But the reason why things like drug tolerance happen is because of this opponent process model. Your neurotransmitters, like the systems that regulate them, inherently compensate for any deviation from your sort of baseline set point. And so even if something may work in the short term, over time, you need to have more of the neurotransmitter manipulation to have the same effect. And whenever you withdraw the manipulation, you'll have the opposite effect of what you're doing, right? So let's say it's anti-anxiety medication, barbiturates, something like that. It's remarkably effective in the short term, in quelling anxiety. But over a short period of time, you need to have more to achieve the same effect. And that continues essentially ad infinitum. Then when you withdraw the manipulation because it causes side effects, as it inevitably always does, then you get the extreme opposite. You find yourself extremely anxious for a period of time. And so, you essentially, when it comes to neurotransmitters, you end up paying for everything, right? Either it has a great effect and it comes at this great cost of tolerance and the opposite effect when you withdraw the medication, or it just doesn't work and is pure side effects, and you might have a placebo effect. But I'm generally pretty down on all forms of psychopharmacology. It's just like it's an inherent part of the process. It's not something you can fix. People talk about like chemical imbalances, but that like is really not a particularly scientific concept. One hears stories of people whose lives are like radically improved by antidepressants, and I'm hesitant to like question that. And well, I mean, I'm not actually hesitant. I'm completely prepared to question that, but I'm open to the possibility that it's true for some people. There's something weird about their particular psychopharmacology and the way they're wired that makes it actually work for them. Like, patching some kind of hole that we don't understand. I think we don't understand it though very well.
Mm-hmm. I think Burgess asked a question earlier. If you had to get a tattoo on your right bicep, what would it be? A Topper dome.
Probably the Latin phrase amor fati, which is the Stoic concept of that one should embrace fate as it comes to us, should embrace reality as it comes to us, rather than dwelling on an alternate utopian reality that isn't what we actually have before us. That the way to have reality, how to live in your utopia, is to adjust your utopia to reality, rather than to wish for reality to adjust itself to your utopia. I like that concept a lot.
So next time I go to Cali, we're gonna get tats together.
Absolutely not.
All right, great. On me. Do you do wagers? Like wagers on things and then you have to do things if you lose kind of thing?
Of course not. It's like a
Alright, well.
game.
It's like a game. No. It's not a game. It's a contractual agreement.
Okay, sure.
But you still don't do those, though. Or at least not those kind of contractual agreements.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to make this happen one day, Ryan.
There's an interesting question, interesting thought in chat, which is that like people view antidepressants and CBT as ways of getting people back into the workforce, which maybe would explain the like change in public policy around this question, because it used to be thought that people
That would take them out of the workforce, essentially, or like
yeah, exactly,
decrease their productivity, right?
probably isn't necessarily true, especially if people are like struggling with chronic pain or anxiety or something. Probably is actually, certainly in the short term, helpful. I like that theory. I like anything that's very conspiratorial about our governing elites making choices that are not in our best interest, but rather serve corporate profitability. However, I think on reflection that doesn't actually hold up, because most of these legalizations come from like popular referenda, and so we have only ourselves to blame. Although I'm not sure that blame is the right word to use there.
To attribute it to, right? Solji. Deck asks if I have a tattoo. I do not. I don't know if that would surprise anybody.
Therapy. I was thinking of CBD and not CBT.
Yeah. I read CBT and I was like, oh, like the smoking thing, but then I realized it's not the right acronym. And I was like, what is
one of the most interesting things about so I was in one of my undergraduate degrees was in experimental psychology, and I had a particular interest in adult clinical psychology. And one of the most memorable and consistent findings on the effectiveness of psychotherapy is that it doesn't matter what the psychotherapy is. Simply having a completely untrained warm body to talk to in the room is as effective as any other form of psychotherapy for the most part. So it can be a Freudian, it can be an untrained monkey that you just experiment confederate, and it doesn't matter. It's all better than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's all better than the control group, but the actual like the contents and the words don't matter. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm on the stream tonight. I am the trained monkey.
Yeah, and Ryan is my unofficial therapist. Let's go. He's my warm body. I'm just gonna snack on some chips. I'm very hungry. Please do not mind.
I do not mind.
Crunching ASMR. How do you take your coffee?
I take my coffee unadulterated.
I take offense to that.
Yeah, I tell you, that's why I put it that way.
See, it's a give and take, I always compliment Ryan profusely. He insults my coffee habits. It's okay. Well, I was going to ask something. Oh, to answer Deck's question, I don't have a tattoo, which I think surprises no one. But if I were to get one, I'd probably get one on like somewhere around here or something, just somewhere kind of sort of out of the way, but sort of present. And it would be a single popcorn kernel. A popped one, but just, like popcorn. I love popcorn.
Is there any deep symbolism there, or it's just because you like popcorn?
I mean, come on. Duh. I just love popcorn.
Okay. I think that this was the thing that Preston was most interested in at Disneyland. In fact, I think is way understating it. It was obviously the thing you were interested in at Disneyland.
Like, Ryan was like, let's go to Disneyland because I love it. And I was like, okay, sure, I'll come along. He didn't tell me about the popcorn carts they had. Hello? Like, get it in the... Oh my gosh, it's just everywhere. Like, you walk 10 feet, there's another popcorn cart. So good.
Yeah, as I recall, there were two positive things you said about Disneyland during the experience. You were greatly appreciated the variety and quality of popcorn, and had opinions about like which cart had it best. And I also remember you're saying that Disneyland seemed like it would be a good place to like bring a girl, because it had like romantic vibes as a thing to do.
Sure, yeah. That's so funny. I mean,
Other
that's
than that, totally unfazed by the Disneyland.
Don't exaggerate, Ryan. I enjoyed it. Okay.
Okay, sure.
I enjoyed many things about it. I thought it was great. The history, the lore, the attractions, the going up and down, the mountain one. I forget which one that was, but And then you told me about sitting in the front versus sitting in the back and how it feels different. I was like, oh, this is really cool, physics and stuff, And then that one time we were sitting in the front on that specific ride, and then the people behind us were like grown men, but they were just like, wow. And we were just both really amused and deeply like uplifted by the fact that some people just have so much fun at Disneyland, and it doesn't matter how old you are. And that, you said that's one of the things you love. Yeah. Also, it's a good place to go on a date, so that's one of the things that I had a Ryan moment where I was like, wow, that's so random that you remembered that, and I totally would have believed I said that. I just have no recollection of saying that at all.
I don't know why I remember that, but I do. We were sitting on the train, and it was stopping at the Toontown station stop. Like very specific.
That's why. Because it was the train, which is above and around the perimeter, and we were just going, and the lights and stuff. There's so many lights, like at Disneyland at night. And it's like dwindling, so like people are going home, and there's fewer people around, and it's just cozy, like really cozy. Because we were like wearing like light jackets, I think, and it was just like really nice. I was like 60, or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like December or something, probably.
Yeah, November, December,
Christmas.
Right around NorCal meetup.
Yeah, might have been November.
Oh, the special lights were up, I think, at the castle thing. You mentioned that.
Yeah, we were there at the beginning of the Christmas season, and so what you probably could see from the Toontown station was the lights on It's a Small World.
Yes, which we rode on.
At Christmas time are very impressive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How do we get on this topic? Tattoos, popcorn. I love popcorn. Yeah.
You do seem to like popcorn.
I do very
I
much.
approve.
You're never too old to like popcorn. Have you read any of Gaber Mate's work, Ryan?
Nope, never even heard of it.
Me neither. Have you heard of David Foster Wallace? Somebody asked that like an hour ago.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is though.
It's a writer that people like for reasons I think I don't like. Although I've read a couple of essays of his that seem fine, but I think he's the guy who wrote what was it called? There's a book that was published, I think, posthumously of his. Has like a playing card in the front of it. Somebody will know it in the chat probably. And I've read portions of that, and it's like Finnegan's Wake style gibberish and pretentious garbage, and I didn't like that. But he's written a few essays that seemed pretty cool to me. I believe this is a writer who killed himself, um, and I respect that. So he's off on a good foot for me. Infinite Jest. There you go. Or no, well, actually, yeah, they're both gibberish. So it's Infinite Jest and the Pale King. I was talking about the Pale King, but not into the fiction as much, but like the essays.
Burley asked, what are some other typically fun things that you enjoy?
I don't like fun. That's why people find it. Pale King is about the IRS. It sounds interesting. I normally, it's why people find it odd that I would be so unabashedly into Disneyland, because most, like, just the idea of fun kind of repels me a little bit.
Would you like to elaborate? Why? Is it
I don't know.
really what is it just what most people in society find fun? Or
I
and
think
you have
that's
a
where
separate
my
idea of fun, let's say?
I think that's where my like visceral revulsion at the idea comes from. Right. I would, oftentimes in Wise barbecue potato chips are a splendid thing. That's something I haven't had in an extremely long time.
Are you able to eat potato? You're not fried things? No, probably not, right?
Definitely, I can. Potato chips are almost entirely carbohydrates, and so that really doesn't suit my diet very well.
Any cheat days? You know?
Only very occasionally, and only at Disneyland.
So I got to bring these to Disneyland. Sneak it in your food. I'll get the food for you and then put the chips on it and pretend it came with your meal.
Sure, I'd probably just eat around it. I do that all the time. My diet is a ketogenic diet, to answer the question in chat. But on this question of fun, it's interesting. I think it comes from spending a lot of time as a child being encouraged to do things that other people thought were fun but were of no interest to me, and that people felt the need, like the consumption of alcohol, to like evangelize to me. And so the idea of something fun is, in my mind, means things that other people regard to be social and or recreational activities that generally offer me nothing. So that it's a loaded word for me.
That can easily just sort of be summed up as like, I don't like fun, because most people's idea of fun tends to be the same and you tend not to like it, right?
I suppose so, yeah, but it is correct, as a reasonable observation, that many people do think of Disneyland as a nexus of fun. And what's interesting, I guess, is that I would not describe it that way. I don't think of it as fun. I think of it as like comforting. I think of it as very fascinating, artistically satisfying, engaging. There are many things about it that are really rewarding, but I would never use the word fun.
Of course. If you did something we expected you to do, that'd be far too primitive. I'm half joking, but mostly not joking.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's not a bad thing. It's just
sure.
just an
You're
observation.
implying that I have like would have a value judgment on it, right? And I like other people having fun and enjoying things is something that I think is inherently always good, and I would never argue with people or wish to diminish other people's enjoyment in things that are of no interest to me. They're simply of no interest to me. I don't need to like rationalize that lack of interest by, as most people do, by just judging the things that I'm not interested in as if they were bad. I try to resist that temptation, that very, inherently human temptation. So yeah, I don't know. Your implication that I'm like judgmental of other people's fun seems inaccurate, but I knew you were just joking, so it's fine.
No, I wasn't actually even thinking about that. I was thinking more about like that you always have this like elevated understanding and purpose about why you do things. So to simply be like, oh, Ryan goes to Disneyland because it's fun, that's too basic and predictable. That's kind of as far as that went.
One very valid interpretation of my behavior, and I am happy to endorse it, is it actually is just fun for me, and I really enjoy it, but I feel some ridiculous need to dress it up in fancy pants intellectual clothing to be okay with it. And
So you do feel that need, even with just amongst yourself, is what you're saying?
I'm not acknowledging that need. I'm saying that would be a very reasonable interpretation of my behavior
okay.
that I would have a hard time arguing with.
But
I
you
can't
don't
say
actually feel the need, or do you?
I don't feel the need. I just think it's actually true. Like, I think that I find there are things about the experience that I find very compelling and even emotional, but I wouldn't call it fun in the conventional sense.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you don't have fun in a conventional way, is what it comes down to.
Sure, and then you get into slippery questions of definitions, and those conversations are usually boring. So.
Mental masturbation, as one wise person once told me.
Or
That's
intellectual
you, by the way.
if you prefer. Yes.
Wait, what? What was that?
I said, or intellectual onanism. That's a good alternative phrase that means exactly the same thing. Mental masturbation is a bit of a cliche, so you can always use the other one.
When you have to one up them in fancy
Or
syntax,
if you're like
dictionary.
writing an essay and you need to say it twice, then you can use both, so you're not like repeating the same phrase.
Oh, true. College students, keep that in mind. Take notes. Okay, here's an interesting question for you, Ryan. Something that I feel like got asked a lot, maybe last decade, but I think it's still equally relevant. So in the movie The Matrix,
Your favorite movie of all time?
Yes. Neo's offered the choice of the blue pill or the red pill. Blue pill meaning you go back to living in that fake world of the Matrix, where you're being fed synapses and, sensations, and you're made to believe the illusory reality of, that world. And then the red pill is you wake up into the real reality, the real world of Zion and the Nebuchadnezzar and the people who are like the survivors and the escapees. Which one? So the question is always like, which pill would you take if you found yourself to be in that position?
Are you asking me?
I am asking you. Yes, I would like to hear your thoughts on it or your answer.
Well, based on, I would think that my answer to that question would be obvious to you. What do you think?
Oh gosh, here comes the Ryan quiz.
It's not a quiz.
Like I would think it would be obvious, having known you for 2.5 years now. I feel like you would take the blue pill. Am I wrong?
Well, okay. It's actually complicated because my answer is both, of course.
You can't take both. That's not an answer. I hate you.
Oh, you could give the answer that I'm about to give, which I would think would be obvious, which is I would take the red pill, but I'd be fucking stupid for doing it, and I would hate myself. So I would think that it's really irrational. But
that's way more of a complicated answer than I ever would have come up with for you.
Really? Okay.
Why would you take the red pill if you knew it'd be dumb?
Well, it's depends on your definition of dumb.
Sure.
But there's a part of me that highly values being in touch with reality and not denying reality.
Okay. True.
It's this impulse towards rationalism in me, right? But I'm sufficiently rational as to realize that it does not lead to happiness. It's a part of who I am, but it's not necessarily good. And I know many people would make the other choice, and they'd probably be much smarter for doing it. In fact, if we are to define life as anything, or our preferences as anything reasonable, a desire to be comfortable, a desire to be content, a desire to live an untroubled life, most of the things that most people value, then clearly, yeah. If we are to define life as like being about the things that most people would reasonably desire, comfort, security, being untroubled, then taking the blue pill is clearly the rational choice, even though it leads you to all kinds of irrational, it requires a lot of irrational, non-reality based beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you want to be right? Do you want to have correct beliefs? Or do you want to have the outcome, the good outcome, right? And that's always, it's something I wrestle with all the time. We've been talking about it all night long, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most people do. I'm a little more attached to the idea of rationality than I think a lot of people are.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure that that's necessarily good. In fact, I'm pretty sure that it isn't.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's very interesting. Why are you so attached to it? What are you attached to it despite knowing that? Well, clearly you are, but how does that compute in your head? You know, what is the cause, let's say, of your undying attachment to rationality?
We talked about this a little bit in the last conversation we had here on your stream, which is, I think when I was young, style to me and very intolerant of people being weird. Sorry, you've been lagging pretty frequently, so I don't know if you've been hearing what I've been saying or not.
Yeah, I noticed I have been lagging, and things are showing that there's issues here and there. But yeah.
Oh, whatever. I'll keep talking until you wave at me and say you can't hear me. But basically, growing up in this place that was pretty intolerant of people being weird, and being weird was a pretty emotionally traumatic experience for me as a young person. And so a pretty successful and necessary coping mechanism for me was always to try to get some distance from my emotions about the cruelty I was experiencing from my peers, and be a little bit more philosophical and analytical about the situation and try to understand it at a higher level that would allow it to be a little bit less painful for me. If I had to guess where this like impulse towards rationalism comes from, it's probably that. It's like it was a way for me to be safe and to be a little bit separated from the world by looking at it in a lens that made it a little bit less emotionally charged. And then, as most people do, it became my temperament as a result. Mm-hmm. And I did what most people do, which is to turn my temperament to ennoble and glorify my temperament by turning it into an explicit philosophy, as if I had arrived at it independently rather than post hoc rationalization for who I already was.
Okay, that's fair. And thus,
so I would
the
take
Ryan Norbauer of today.
Right. Did you read the thing that I put in the newsletter? My little newsletter essay.
I was looking at it on my phone, and I was like, "Cool! Wow, this is really long. I'm gonna get back to this later." Okay, it's still in my inbox. I do want to read it.
It's not important. Don't read it. It's a waste of time.
It's extremely important.
I did put a Matrix reference in there just for you. So.
Oh my gosh, I made it. That's all I wanted in life. I'm existentially content now. Thank you.
Good.
Dude, that's 2 newsletters in a row that had some kind of direct or indirect reference to me. If that's not living the life, I don't know what is.
It's so glamorous. I don't know how you manage.
You spoil me. Wait, so back when I was like, that's what made you who you are today or whatever, what was the thing about you would take the red pill? Is that what you summed up?
I would take the red pill, but I would feel bad about it.
Okay. Wow, most nuanced answer I've heard yet. Not that I asked that question a lot
Your
of
answer.
people, but I would just take the blue pill.
Okay. That's so reasonable. Take the fucking blue pill.
Yeah. I actually think most people... Yeah, I don't think... So once again, I think you'll agree with me that it probably isn't so interesting just what people say, like their choice they make, but more what they say behind it. You know, how they think about it, their rationale, their reasoning. it obviously says a lot about how they go through life, what they care about, how they make decisions, and ultimately what matters in a sense to them. And I think there's a lot of layers there, which is very interesting. I think most people probably default kind of like to the red pill as like, oh, just because that's the right answer or something, you know?
Sure,
I
it's
think-
the heroic thing to do. And everyone pretends that they wish to live and value a heroic life.
Chong, thanks for that 7 months. Welcome back. Yeah, Blue Pill Gang, let's go. I was gonna ask something, but I forgot. Oh, hold on. Forgot again. Oh, yes. So, why don't you tell the viewers and tell me, why do you enjoy coming on stream with me and talking with me about this? I think you enjoy it in a way that, correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me if it's pretentious of me to say this, but I think you enjoy it in a way that's maybe more than just being that keyboard guy and they want to interview you about your, heavy grail or whatever new design you're working on. Because clearly we don't even talk much about those things. So what is it that you enjoy about all of this?
Well, you're presupposing that I'm enjoying it, which is very presumptuous on your part.
It's
but
not,
I am.
because
I think,
you don't spend your time doing things you don't enjoy doing. Quite by and large, at least that's how
If
you
that's
try to live. I think so.
that's
Yeah.
true. I think it is a great compliment. It has
I
been
think it's
some
true.
struggle on my part in life to get better at not doing things that I don't enjoy. But I still occasionally do things out of a sense of social expectation. I'm not that fully actualized yet, sadly. To be a total jerk to people. I want to get to the point. I want to be like, Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's like my ultimate realization of self-actualization. But
Never watched it.
so I don't. I'm not sure that I just I enjoy our conversations because you're interested in these types of questions that I'm interested in as well. I don't think it necessarily the fact that there are people watching and typing statements about it into a chat window is kind of an interesting little twist on the thing, but I don't say that that's like inherently part of the experience for me. It's just this is the forum in which we're having the conversations we usually have now.
As far as Ryan knows, you guys are just pre-programmed robots saying letters.
All bots, Russian bots, yes.
Russian bots.
Yeah, I don't know. That's my answer. Most people are stuck at a pretty shallow level of conversation, and that I find usually pretty meaningless and draining.
Mhm.
And one thing about your conversation that I always find enjoyable is that you are very happy to and freely roam with me between the extremely trivial and everyday and the profound and philosophical and emotional, and are quite content to do that and are not made uncomfortable by it as a lot of people are. A lot of people are just viscerally uncomfortable talking about implications of mortality, about emotional vulnerability, about relationships, things like that. They'd rather be safe and protected from thinking about those things by keeping conversation at the level of extremely meaningless crap.
Good night, Lawsy.
And that isn't true of you, and I find that to be a rare quality which I appreciate. And so all such conversations are welcome because they are so rare, whether people are watching us on the internet or not.
Dank. Something voyeurism. I think you mentioned that earlier this stream, right? I forget the context.
I did, yeah. Because you were basically the premise of our we were going to have a catch-up conversation, not streamed on the internet, where you were telling me about basically how depressed you'd been lately. And I said that you would it was surprising that you said you wanted to have this conversation on a stream because it enables like voyeurism on the part of other people about your like private struggling. And that's, again, another thing that I find extremely admirable about you is that you're not... You may have... What does that mean?
What does it look like?
I don't know.
Here, you can do it with both hands. This one's a little crummy, but it's a gesture.
I know it's a gesture.
Anything at all to you? Anything? Anything?
Like, I don't know, a V or something?
Just this part right here. Anything?
Bunny ears?
It's a heart.
I have no idea.
It's called finger hearts.
It's a heart?
Yeah, it's called finger hearts.
Oh, okay. If you chop off your hand. Okay, sure.
Okay,
so I see
Ryan,
people doing
relax.
this in pictures. Is that what this is?
Yeah. So it's like...
Okay.
Yeah. Do it with me.
I know.
Yeah,
I like.
it's hard, right?
I need to know about finger hearts. Okay. Yes. Thank you for explaining something.
Honestly, the angle at which they intersect and how they interact, it's difficult. Don't get me wrong. People are like, haha, finger hearts. But I've had to practice this a lot. I've asked my chat, like, what is the optimal angle to make the heart? How much do I bend my fingers? And they're like, just do it. And I'm like, no, it's really difficult. Like, I'm not memeing. You got to practice it. So don't feel discouraged.
I've always wondered. I always learn something when I something about the kids talking to you.
I mean, don't credit me. They're the ones that are teaching me this, and I'm just passing the knowledge up. Now you know.
Anyway, let me.
Hearts. Oh yeah.
To which you were expressing the hearts, I guess, and I now understand what you were saying. But like, it's an interesting I always like unexpected juxtapositions in things and in other people, right? So, I talked about this a little bit last time, right? I won't explain the general idea, but in your case, it's like you simultaneously are afflicted and anxious about this other people's perception of you, specifically here on this keyboard stream of yours, right?
Don't tell them.
You're spending right, and you're spending a lot of time like really fretting about this in private, and it's like you finding it this paralyzing experience, and yet simultaneously you're totally willing and indeed happy to talk to me on the very stream itself about your anxieties about that stream, and to allow other people to to know about that and perceive that, and perhaps either view you, more or less negatively as a result. That's unexpected and extremely weird, and I like that a lot.
Me too.
Interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting willingness to like make yourself vulnerable and not deny like the weird reality that you're experiencing. And I mean, I think it's also obviously the best thing to do, right? Mm-hmm. If you're worried about what people think of you, try as hard as you possibly can to make them dislike you, or to know the worst things about you, and then see what happens. Either the worst case scenario that you've already like priced in is going to happen, and since you've already priced it in, it'll make no difference. You'll just go on being sad, or you will completely rid yourself of this anxiety, right? Because you'll see that like it's fine, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well put.
I'm happy. Bring on the worst case scenario.
Yeah. No, a lot of it has been driven by you, in a sense. Like, really? You may not remember this. You definitely don't remember this, but this was more than probably at least a year and a half ago. I would put money that this is more than 18 months old since you last told me this. I think it's on Messenger, so we could look it up. But you said one time we were talking about secrets, and you were like, I don't keep any secrets. I try not to. And I'm like, huh. So what about privacy or whatever? And then you were just like, and then something. And I was like, but what if you feel like ashamed about something? And you're like, if there's anything I feel shameful about, I'm going to try and tell as many people as humanly possible. And I was like, what? That was like the first like mind-blowing statement I've heard you say in our early fresh friendship at the time. I was like, well, this guy is really out there. But that stuck with me because I was like, you said it so nonchalantly. It wasn't some valiant thing, like some big life philosophy. It was just matter of fact. Another line in our conversation, I was like, dude, this guy's the real deal. Like, he's not memeing. It's just
Not memeing.
I was like, what? That stuck with me for a long time. Clearly, it still has stuck with me. I'm like, to say that 100% truthfully and live by that is kind of nuts.
I mean, it seems only logical to me, right? It's clearly the only way out of shame.
Yeah.
If you're troubled by shame, and most people are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I said it matter of factly, right? It's because it is just actually a matter of fact. You can indulge that shame and hide those things about you, and it will only reinforce your shame because your mind will infer that by virtue of hiding things, an imagined terrible scenario has been avoided, and because it's imagined, and you never actually the scary thing about you never gets confronted by actual reality, it will always seem like it was really a really great idea because it's always completely hypothetical. But when you force it into the realm of reality, you deprive that shame of its power, right?
That makes sense. Yeah, it was like hyper logical and made a lot of sense. I just had never heard somebody say that before. So
there's a aspect of the concept of privacy that I think is actually extremely bad. And if you look at like cultures that put a great emphasis on privacy, they're like Victorian England, for example. There are either terrible side effects of that emphasis on privacy, or that emphasis on privacy is a terrible side effect of other things. But either way, it's not good, right? So where does the desire for privacy come from? It's the fear that if people know true things about you, that they will judge you ill, right? Clearly, the better societal solution to this problem is to not judge people ill for true things about them that in many cases they can't change, right? And therefore obviating the need for and expectation of privacy, right? I'm simultaneously a person who sort of believes in people's right to privacy, but who thinks that when they strongly feel the need for privacy, it's a sign of something very bad.
I agree with you. It's something I talk about a lot in contexts where it will land or be heard, which is usually interpersonal relationships and more small, tight-knit conversations. And it's a very prevalent topic that comes up quite often because, inevitably people societally, like, people feel ashamed of things. They feel regretful about things, or they feel like a burden, or they feel like they have they're the sum of, like, let's say their issues or their net contribution to society, or things that are kind of superficial or metric driven, you could say. And then I'm like, like Deck mentioned, like, there is so much more room for connection when there's authenticity and openness and sincerity. And the problem is, like, you and I care about that. Some people care about that very much, but that's difficult. It takes time and effort, giving someone the benefit of the doubt, trust, etc. That's like the harder path and the path less traveled. But I would say there's a good amount of people, maybe even a majority of people, who don't care about that. They just want someone to give them something.
It goes farther than that. They're terrified of it. I experience that quite frequently. People are made extremely uncomfortable, even by my candor with them, because they're worried that it implies an expectation of candor from them.
Yes.
And just that alone makes them uncomfortable.
Because they operate according to a certain system, which often has a lot to do with vulnerability or giving and taking and stuff like that. Yeah. I understand. I think we connected really well right when we first met because of our kind of unspoken innate understanding of that. That only comes from one, being who we are, and two, being in the world where we've experienced this a lot with other people, and it's so refreshing to find someone who isn't transactional in that way, or is open to being sincere right off the bat, instead of having to work up to it or earn it or something.
Yeah, it really, this more than anything else, I think, makes me sad about humanity, right? Because it's such an easy problem to fix, right? There are a lot of the things that we talked about, tonight about the human condition that are really problematic, like our tendency towards insecurity and anxiety and depression and all of these things. Like, we can't get rid of a lot of these things very easily, right? And they're tragic, but they don't like really proactively make me sad. But this phenomenon that we've been talking about, the allergy that most people have to shared vulnerability, really does make me sad, because it's so easy to just like to not have. All it requires is like unilateral disarmament, right? To have some people just demonstrate to others that it's okay to like say all the weird stuff about you, and not have somebody completely and fundamentally reject you for being yourself, right? It's so easy and it's so liberating, and it comes at so little cost, and yet that is so rarely practiced, right? There are people who are in lifelong romantic relationships, marriages, who have really important things that they never tell their spouse, right? And there are people who, you'll be exploring a romantic relationship with, right? Or that I'll go out on a date with, who, the moment the conversation turns to your being open about vulnerability with yourself, or asking another person about those things about themselves, they like suddenly become deeply like terrified and uncomfortable. And it's so sad, because you would imagine that they would experience this kind of catharsis from, telling me this thing about themselves, or these things about themselves that they're worried is going to make me judge them, and observing that I don't care, and that I appreciate, I still like, I'm not going to get up and walk away. I feel like a lot of people like hold those things back so much that they've never had the opportunity of having that reward of just like sharing something like that and letting it be all right. And it's so easy to have, all you have to do is just say something, right? I don't know, it makes me sad. And there are all sorts of like reinforcing cultural beliefs around these ideas too, that are not just like, it's not just like a visceral revulsion to protect yourself. A lot of people have ideas about like, oh, that's like too personal, it's too private, we're getting too close too fast, in dating each other or something like that. I don't know, these things are terrible like red flags for me in terms of another person's capacity to like ever meet someone else in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I immediately thought of, like, as a really shorthand way of describing it, like prisoner's dilemma, right? The whole game theory thing. It's like kind of like that, but on a very large scale, where unfortunately people aren't even aware of the game prisoner's dilemma that's happening. They've only been taught this private, self-preserving, insulated kind of life. Only show your best foot, and only show the things that are good and hide all the things that are shameful. And yeah, that in itself, of course, is not an excuse. It's incredibly sad, if anything. It's because it's not even like people are making the choice, like, do I want to be sincere or do I want to be protected? It's like, I only know one way to live. It's just to protect myself and hide the things that are shameful, because that's what so-and-so who raised me taught me. And that's what so-and-so who are my friends, that's how they acted. And that's how society as a whole, by and large, people are like that way.
And if you rigorously follow the policy, you never actually get to have it prove wrong. And so it's self-reinforcing.
Exactly.
Right? You feel like you've avoided all of these calamities through your whole life by being totally private.
And there's lots of misattribution as to why certain things pan out well or don't, because
Yeah.
we're terrible at really understanding what causes what as humans, on a small scale or large scale, and then we naturally create narratives that explain the things that we observe, and then at best we try lots of different things and it's just a complete mess what we try and draw conclusions for, and at worst it's like we just get narrowly zoned into one particular thing that's like, this must be why because I've anecdotally lived it, and that's as far as it goes. That's
Yeah, and the practical upshot of all of this, accumulated self-preservation is that your supposed self-preservation is that you will end up having gone through life never really having known anyone, never really having had anyone know you, or feeling totally alone. Even if you have a lot of people in your life, which in some ways can just make it feel a little bit worse, actually. If you have a lot of people in your life who like, it's something I observe a lot in like family relations among like parents and children, is oftentimes parents and children will not have this type of candor-based relationship, will not be honest with each other about a whole huge chunks of their life. They'll hide from their family members, but yet they will insist that they're extremely close, and that there's a whole like narrative around their closeness and their connection. And for some reason, that actually seems worse and more uncomfortable to me, and something that would generate more cognitive dissonance than not pretending that you have a bunch of people in your life that you're close to, if you don't, actually share anything meaningful with them.
Yeah.
As I say, it just makes me sad because it's so easy. I like with the prisoner's dilemma. Like, it doesn't. All you have to do is just do the correct thing.
Ideally, I would say, like, probably as you've seen growing up, is like sometimes it very much so gives people a jumping pad from which to mistreat you or take advantage of that sometimes, because if you are sincere and you open up and then you get hurt, it's arguably more emotionally hurtful than if you didn't open up in the first place. And to some people that reinforces, oh, pain, don't do that thing. And then the people who even have tried some iota of effort no longer want to try because they've been reinforced to not try.
I mean, I totally understand why that feels right, but either way, you're kind of still getting hurt. It just looks different. You're putting your,
of course, yeah,
you're just putting it all of that vulnerability in someone else's hands. You can either live your life afraid that they'll find out all the terrible things about you, or you can let them find out the things and make fun of you a little bit. It's both of those circumstances are emotionally aversive. You're not sparing yourself discomfort. Yeah. Unless you're very capable of extreme cognitive dissonance, which is definitely probably a useful human skill.
Useful. Good night, Raptors. Thanks for hanging out.
Indeed. Thank you for the interesting questions and conversation. What are you thinking?
Life is interesting. You just made his night by telling him good night. Let's go. See, you're a celebrity, Ryan. People love you.
So easy to make someone's night. I'm happy to do it.
Earlier, I was going to meme about like how you get very suspicious of and sort of inherently dislike when people approve or praise the things that you do, or whatever things relating to you. And I was gonna start memeing that we should like praise the actual good things about you, but then that would potentially cause some very unnecessary cognitive dissonance.
So Forgive me, but when you say memeing, what are you talking about? What does that mean as a verb?
Like messing with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was not familiar with that usage of the term meme, but got it.
You're learning. You're learning. Why is whiskey Cheers out of stock? I don't know, but I still have one from before from Cozy. Would you like to, even though you're not partaking, would you like to give us a toast? I feel like you would be a good person to do that. Not to put any pressure on you. Give us a toast, Ryan. Yeah, you know, like when raise your glasses, toast to whatever, and then we drink.
Well, I don't know. What's the value of the night? I think it's emotional vulnerability. That should be you should toast that.
You can deliver the toast.
I don't know how to do that. I've never done that before. What are you talking about?
Ever? Really?
Nope. Yeah, of
You-
course not.
do
I
you
didn't even go
know
to my
the-
brother's wedding.
Do you know the societal? Have you seen anyone do it, either in person, on TV, in a movie?
I've seen it happen in movies, but it's really cringy and seems like an awful thing to do.
Well, it's not. It can be a very it doesn't have to really be anything. It could be like long and elaborate, like if you're at a wedding. It could be just simple, you know, like to keyboards if
Cringy.
you're at a keyboard meetup and then you just drink or whatever, you know. It could be as little or as much as you want it to be, and it could be about something, at somebody, whatever.
Cheers.
What was that?
Emotional vulnerability, as Dendel Mouse says.
Okay. You made it too easy for Ryan. Ugh. Anyway, cheers to emotional vulnerability. Your first toast ever.
Indeed.
You say cheers to XYZ, and then there's like a short pause, and everybody else is like, cheers, and then you all drink together, and that's it. Not
Okay.
that structured. It's just kind of how it goes.
Got it. Seems like one of those things that make me uncomfortable. Seems like group behavior.
Well, maybe our group behavior next hangout we get can be a bunch of people being in a room, being emotionally vulnerable with one another.
That sounds like an amazing party. Sign me up.
Exactly. Group behavior. Let's go. We're going to put a positive spin or positive experience for all the negative things that you have associated with whatever phrases or
Sounds
whatever.
good. Yeah, you know, not all group behavior is awful. It's just like it sort of gets my antenna up as something to be wary of.
Not a euphemism. Don't be confused. Have you ever had Riesling?
No.
Wait, so you've had cider once, and you was like you
a
were
few
like
times.
nuts.
A few times, yeah. It was the English are all alcoholics, and you really cannot function in that society without being willing at least to spend time in a pub or a bar. This is even more true in the House of Commons because there's like 30 bars in the Palace of Westminster, and they're all government subsidized. It's like cheaper than it cost for the employees who work there, and so
Oh,
a significant portion of time is spent consuming alcohol among people who work in British politics. And so I frequently found myself in these contexts feeling, you know, like maybe I should have the
Hold
English
something.
cultural experience. I wasn't like
Okay.
worried about people judging me. I just wanted to I felt like, you know, I wanted to try to get into the spirit of this unusual experience I was having that other people don't necessarily get to have. And so I thought of a thing that was sort of quintessentially British, because, you know, cider is not as popular here in the United States, I don't think. But it's almost like always available on tap at any British pub.
Oh,
And so that would frequently be what I would order because it's the least vile of all the options commonly served at a British bar.
cool.
But I never drank the whole thing. I would have like 4 or 5 sips
Just-
of it or something.
Left it, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's fair. I mean, I don't inherently like the taste of alcohol either. That's why you saw me chase that strong alcohol with this very sweet thing, which is essentially brisk with like a shot of vodka in it. It literally tastes like iced tea.
Interesting.
So,
The it has sugar in it, I presume.
oh yes, very much so. Tastes like probably about 30, maybe 40 grams of sugar.
Yeah.
If you're,
Sugar can make anything palatable. Almost
Yeah.
anything palatable.
yeah, for sure. I don't pretend like I like the taste of alcohol.
It's a pretty potent drug.
I must redeem another one, or rather, I'm taking another one because Deck has. So Deck is our resident bartender, alcoholic friend. He's someone I met recently through Twitch and .tv, because he started streaming keyboard stuff, even though he wasn't planning on it, just because of being home and having lots of time in COVID era and stuff. And then we became friends, and I was like, dude, you're pretty cool. And he's based in SoCal, very cool. I mean, LA area, so you guys are all kind of close to one another, probably. So I look very much forward to meeting him when I get a chance in person. And unrelated, but my toast will be to you, our friendship, Brian. Even though I didn't get to visit you for my annual California vacation this year, I'm glad that we are still close as ever. Cheers.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
It's honestly very sad. If I think about it too hard, I might cry.
Been a rough year for everyone.
I think, as far as I can see into the future, I would like to make it an annual California vacation where I go fly out in the fall when NorCal Keyboard Meetup happens. For all the viewers who aren't necessarily aware of our history, I've done that the last 2 years and stayed at your place both of those times, which was super awesome. So I was sad I didn't get to this year. That's it.
You will also enjoy the new massage chair that arrived today, which is better than the other one that I had before.
Pretty much the best massage chair money can buy.
By my tastes, yeah. So this one is described as, by the company, Panasonic, who makes it, as delivering luxurious pain, which is what I'm all about when it comes to massages. I like a really vigorous
Someone to
massage.
beat you up, basically.
Yeah, the whole point is I'm obviously a person who spends way too much time sitting around thinking about things and worrying about things and trying to get stuff done. And for anything to force me to relax, it requires a pretty intense physical experience. You have to like literally shake me out of my stupidity. And I feel like a super vigorous massage is one of the ways that I do that. Yoga is also another really good practice for that. And it usually just involves, like massage, the intentional application of low-level pain to stimulate the release of endorphins.
Endorphins, let's go.
So that's my
Your drug of choice. Finishing each other's sentences. Sorry.
All right. It would be funny if you had a whole stream about how you were anxious about people liking you on your stream enough, and then you spent the whole time being self-revelatory on that subject, and then you choked to death on the stream at the end.
Why would that be funny? There's no irony there.
That's my sense of what's funny. I don't know.
Basically just death. Okay.
To round things out nicely.
It would be not unhumorous. I'll give you that.
It would make for a good humorous anecdote. And that's really what life is all about.
Mm-hmm. Concocting morals and life lessons out of circumstantial incidents. Just what Ryan loves to do.
Someone asked if I enjoy stand-up comedy. I can't tell what their username is because it's
Burley.
too... Okay.
Hi,
yes. I've been listening to a lot of George Carlin recently. he has this like extremely pessimistic, jaundiced view of humanity that aligns with my own. And so I've been enjoying that too. But I'm not normally a consumer of stand-up comedy. But I also like Larry David hasn't done a lot of stand-up, but what I've seen I actually quite like. And yeah, I think that's about the extent of my experience consuming stand-up comedy. Carlin had a really great. I watched a thing yesterday where he was on Charlie Rose, which was an interview show on PBS, and he was talking about his later life evolution he had in terms of his concern about the world, and it aligned very much with the thoughts that I was expressing earlier about trying to disengage from politics a little bit, which is that he proceeds from the assumption that everything is like totally fucked and maximally awful, and his view as a comic and also as a human being in the world is to kind of at best stand on the sidelines and be amused by the hilarity of it all, and at worst or best, depending on how you look at it, to just be cheering it on for the absurdity of it all. Like he's there for the laughs. And he found this sort of like therapeutic, liberating to stop hoping for good outcomes, and instead to just watch with a kind of detached amusement at how absurd and awful everything is. And I'm trying to bear that lesson in mind myself, actually, because even though it proceeds from this extremely dark and horrible premise, it actually, if you squint your eyes, you can kind of see a path to contentment in it, and something I'm trying to bear in mind.
Yeah. I think it's always, I want to say respectable and worth exploring when we observe people who are quite existentially content in how they go about life. I think there's always some kind of value to glean from them. Understanding their philosophy and their perspectives and stuff like that.
They seem to fall into two categories. Like, there are people who have like really totally grappled with the darkness of the human condition and other people, and struggled with it, confronted it, and at some level accepted it. And then there are other people who have never thought about it in that way, who are totally untroubled. And if you articulated a lot of the things that have been saying all night, they would say, "What are you talking about?" Like, what?
You can't really be somewhere in the middle.
Right. It seems that way to me. But at least in terms of people who are like totally content, there are plenty of people who are in the middle, but they're just they're not the people that just seem all set, you know?
Yes. Yeah, I think we touched upon this last time too. Is that you usually, if you're existentially content, you usually are in one of those two camps. It's like you've really gone through all the thinking through and deliberation. You either found something you think is absolute, or you just arbitrarily decide it for yourself and you're like, this is it. This is what I live my life for. I'm fine with that. Or you just like didn't even begin to go down that path, so you weren't even shaken from whatever your pre-existing.
Yeah, you just do your thing, and you enjoy the pizza and whatever pleasures arrive in the moment of the day, and it's great.
I love how you said pizza.
So I was borrowing a kind of symbol and metaphor from the film Soul.
Okay.
You know,
oddly specific. I was like, there must be something to that. Here's a question for you. Do you think...
Yeah, go ahead.
What? You go first.
I was going to say, I'm really hungry, so I need to go soon.
Oh, okay, sure. Good. Final closing question.
Sure.
Do you think you and I are similar as people?
Oh, what an interesting question, actually.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
I mean, I'll give a super uninteresting answer, which is yes and no.
Well, now you have to explain and show your work.
Similar in the obvious ways and different in the obvious ways.
Just watch the VOD of the last 4 hours of stream.
I actually think that in ways that matter, we're very similar. or at least the ways that I would define as mattering. And that's sort of like almost a recursive statement because I think you and I define the same things as mattering, and it is in that it is in that exact same set of things that you and I are similar. Um, although, like superficially, in terms of like our everyday habits and interests, and even to some extent temperament, I think we're kind of quite different, actually. And certainly, like on casual inspection to a third party, would certainly seem very different. Does that resonate? Does that seem correct to you?
Yeah. I think I'm actually, yeah, no, for sure. 100% agree with everything you said. I think it's interesting because I believe my viewers can tell me if I'm off about this, but I'm more something when I'm talking to you. Specifically when I embody a share space with you in conversation, I'm more either I want to say myself, I'm more myself, or I'm more just out there. And I think both could be true. More myself in that I feel comfortable with you. So more myself in that I feel comfortable with you, so I can be sincere. I know that you accept me as I am. The more sincere or weird or rebellious I am, the more you'll like me, which is cool, because then I can just be more of that, and that's great. And then more out there is sort of like specifically the opposite of you, which is like I want to be like super emotionally expressive. I want to be kind of like saying things that mess with you. I want to like
I've noticed, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a new thing. I do this in private with you too. But I find myself having that inclination to do that no matter who I'm with. If they are very much a certain way, I have this deep desire to want to be the opposite of that. I'm like, why are you it's almost like I don't think this consciously, but it's almost like you could be like, I'm thinking like, why are you so this way? Just let's be the other way,
I deeply respect contrarianism, as you know, so it makes
maybe it's contrarianism. Maybe it is. I guess
whenever I'm in a room full of people who have some opinion, even if it's one I would normally have, I find myself totally unconsciously strongly having the other opinion.
I'm glad that you understand.
Like when my father is around, a huge Trump enthusiast, all I can talk about is how terrible Donald Trump is and how he's like totally being irrational about Donald Trump. But whenever I'm in a room of like Google employees or something who like think that Donald Trump is the latest iteration of Hitler or something, I'll spend the whole night defending him. Right? It's like it's in my nature. Alana's the same way. In fact, the surest way to get me to say something nice about Donald Trump is to put me in a room full of people who hate him. And the surest thing to make me say something bad about him is to put me in a room full of people who love him. It's who I am. And this applies across all range of subjects. So I respect that desire to just be the opposite of your environment, because it's so the opposite of what most people do. They just normally tend to adapt themselves to the context in which they exist.
Meta.
To be accepted.
That's awesome. It makes life more fun,
Well, if you have these temperamental values, perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, well, only you and me are talking, so we can say it makes life more fun.
Okay, fair enough, sure.
Not everything needs to be absolute and context free, Ryan.
Okay.
No one's going to quote or clip anything you say. Probably. I mean, they probably will at some point. Or, there's at least 3 people diligently taking notes right now about things you say. I want to be just like Ryan when I grow up.
What is this clipping you're talking about?
On Twitch, there's a feature that you can clip, like basically make a little up to a 60-second segment of something that just happened on the stream. And you can make that clip while I'm live. You can make that clip from the VOD. You can make the clip anytime, basically. So clipping would just be like quoting something you say, but like a video quote.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had a reason to Google my name like yesterday. I think it was because I was like sometimes I wonder, when I'm sending information out to vendors and I'm like, hey, I'm this guy who makes, expensive keyboards or something. And they're talking about that's completely absurd. And I assume that they like Google my name to see if I'm making that up or not.
Mhm.
So I was curious, like, what do they see? And I noticed that when I did that, like one of the first things that showed up was someone had made a clip of our conversation. It was like some extremely random extract from my description of the details of that episode, Darmok, that you were totally not listening to in the last episode. Actually,
Was it obvious?
it was comically obvious, yeah. As
one
people
point-
pointed out in the chat.
To be fair, halfway through, I was like, I'm not fooling anyone. I'm just gonna own it. So
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Anyway, this introduced me to the concept of what you're talking about. Like, I guess you can, other people watch a stream or something and then they clip it and then you can make a link to it, I guess.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if the term you were using referred to that.
yes.
Got it.
Immortalizing you in internet history.
Oh, great. Although it is actually kind of useful. Like I said, I've been suggesting that you should put that video somewhere on the internet, because I've oftentimes since the conversation, I found myself wanting to explain certain ideas to people, like that I'm having conversations with an email, and I'm like, oh, why can't I just like link to that thing, because I already explained this on Preston's stream.
Hello, person I'm talking to in conversation. Please refer to this 7-hour video.
No, but I can do, if it's on YouTube, I can do like a timestamp,
So something I was actually hoping for was that I had the foresight to mark questions as we were going, so that I wouldn't have to sift through the VOD. Because I would like if in the comment section, like, there were timestamps for questions and topics that we discussed, so that people could jump to things and it would be somewhat organized. And it would, for the sake of everyone referring to things, obviously more organized and structured. It's something I still want. I don't know. If someone wants
questions
to
are very useful because I don't have anything interesting to talk about, and it gives me a pretext to formulate an opinion and say things.
Yeah, if someone in chat wants to do that, I'll give you like $20 or something. Sift through a 7-hour VOD to snag all the questions.
Well, the other great thing about YouTube is that, although this wouldn't apply to the question thing, is that it like uses some kind of AI to generate a transcript, which is useful.
Oh, true.
I would never watch through the whole 7 hours, but you could just search the transcript. So like next time somebody asks me to explain the plot of Darmok, which actually does come up pretty frequently in my life, given who I am, I'd be like, here, look it up. I already explained this before.
Yeah,
Solved.
I have the whole VOD downloaded. It's like 20 gigabytes or something insane, so I will upload that to YouTube tonight after stream. Let's say that.
Not important.
It is. You're a celebrity, and people want to hear the sage wisdom that comes from you.
No doubt.
What did you say?
I said no doubt.
Yes, no doubt. I'm
Extremely
glad you're embracing it.
sarcastically.
Nope. You're never sarcastic, therefore
I
it's
meant-
true.
Deeply earnestly, I said no doubt.
Yes. All right. It is time for you to go eat. Thank you for being on. I know that you were busy. You probably still are busy. So thank you.
No, it's my pleasure. I've been worried about you, Preston, since you told me you were having your
that's
angst. And
true.
I'm glad I got to have some details. It's actually kind of astonishing to me that you were worried about keyboard streaming and not like something actually more problematic. But I appreciate your honesty also in acknowledging that.
Mm-hmm. True. That's funny. I mean, that's part of why I like talking to you, because it puts things in perspective. You're like, oh, so it's just a keyboard thing.
Right. Yeah. So this doesn't matter in the slightest whatsoever. having
it's
some
so
possibility.
true. It's so true. That's great.
So are you gonna, when I go have my dinner, are you gonna build a keyboard now, or is this your
No,
thing?
I'm gonna sleep.
You're gonna
Or more
sleep?
realistically, getting offline and then playing games or something into the wee hours of the night, and then waking up and whatever.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna build a keyboard now. Though. I don't have anything to build.
Okay. Did you do something keyboard related beforehand before I came on?
No.
Okay. So this is it's just the Preston Chat Show.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I
Yeah.
respect that.
Yeah. Keyboards are cool, but there's definitely moved. It's kind of like that's what exposed me to people because it's like content. But now it's like I'm trying to think about, like I told you before, like what I want to do with what else I want to do as well. It's not replacing keyboards, but like just whatever I want to move into and what can I use this platform for that maybe is a little bit more in line with what I find really interesting, what I'm passionate about. And I think, for example, talking with you about these things and maybe potentially opening up dialogue with more people or getting them to think about things that I think you and I both consider as important in life. I think that's a worthy way to spend our time and spend the time of viewers and people who tune in to me. I'm realizing more and more that it's like no offense, but like anybody can kind of get a keyboard, solder some things and put it together and it's cool. I'm glad that people enjoy that. But really what makes us unique is not just our ability to kind of fit a mold, but to be uniquely ourselves and share our own unique life perspectives and experiences and what we're going through and all of that. And that kind of sincerity and authenticity is more needed in this world than something that just on paper other people are already doing and doing well.
I think that's a very reasonable thing. A very reasonable take on it. The keyboards can be a pretext to bring people together, which they very frequently are. But I've often found that all of the really good friendships that result out of keyboard stuff, there's only like so much you can talk about with respect to keyboards, and it'll come up occasionally in conversations, but it's really not sufficient premise for a friendship. But fortunately, almost everyone that I've met from the keyboard community that has any interest in having conversations, we frequently, even at meetups, rove well beyond the realm of keyboards, and that's always the fun part. I think people who, with the exception of people who are exclusively interested in gaming, a lot of people who are into keyboards are just like interested in ideas, right? In some form or another, because they spend a lot of time at their computers, and or connecting with other people. And those seems to be like a good selection bias for interesting people.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not surprising to me that that an interest in keyboards extends to other things, and thus that anyone would have listened this long who came here with an interest in keyboards, but I guess were totally unsatisfied in that respect. So like superficially it seems ridiculous, but also now that based on my experience talking with people at meetups and just knowing keyboard people in general, actually doesn't surprise me at all, and is a very good sign. One of the reasons why I've persisted in this realm.
Yeah. Basically a long way of saying that you're a celebrity. I'm glad that you're embracing it.
Thanks, Preston.
He's looking for the graceful exit.
Yep. All right. I'm going to go have my dinner now.
Yes, enjoy. Thank you so much for your time and your friendship.
Of course. Thanks to everyone who asked questions. It was better this time because I could actually see what people were saying. Sorry, I missed a lot of them, but I'll whenever we do this again, I'll try to get better.
No worries. You do just fine.
Thanks
anyway,
to you all.
Bye. Take it easy.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Let's go. All right. So what do we think? How was Norbauer Part 2? Not gonna lie, I do think doing all those cheers ahead of time definitely helped. Just being a bit more fluid with things. Also that it was our second time being on stream together. So that, that helped a lot too. And also that I actually had something to talk about. I had things, like I said from the beginning of the stream, or some point in the stream, I said I was planning to talk with him on our own video call, and I didn't even think to have it on stream until I was thinking about content for tonight, and I was like, you want to just do this on stream? And he said, okay. And that's how it came to be. Solji, why are you talking about Bontez? I do know Bontez. Good night, Dandel. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Janky, Phantasmal. Oh, you just got here? Phantasmal, no worries. Tonight's VOD, I can say with confidence, has been a lot more jam-packed with goodness. The flow is more straight through to the end. Lots of good stuff in there. I also put it on YouTube. I will start putting at least the 2 Ryan VODs on YouTube. The OG 7-hour one and then tonight's VOD as well. Koyagno, thank you for that follow, and I'm glad that you made it here through the Nathan raid as well. I do know Bontez. No free hamburger grills for everyone in chat. Honestly, if I asked, like next time Ryan was on stream, I was like, Ryan, do you want to do a spontaneous heavy grail giveaway right now to all the viewers who are currently watching us? I would say there's like a 60% chance he would say yes. Just a thought. I'm probably going to forget about it by next stream, so. Norbauer series have been fun, informative, and educational so far. Very nice. Now I have to settle for having 100 IQ instead of 110. Which Choob facecam is the real Choobs Discord or stream? Oh, this one's the real one. This one doesn't mirror. Discord mirrors your camera, I believe. Like when you're in a video call, I think if you move left, it moves on the screen to mirror you. I think for the sake of like ease of use, if you're showing someone something, you don't have to like guess. It's just like a mirror. But this one in Streamlabs does not do that. I move this way, it moves that way on my screen. I still have that 20 gigabyte file sitting in my home directory. Yeah, I downloaded it as well, so I'll upload it to YouTube. Hello, Chef. I am using, if you type the facecam command, does that return anything? Hey, let's go. So I'm using a Sigma 30mm f1.4 on this camera right here. That's why you get so much bokeh. Okay, focus, please. Please. Oh, yes. Look at that bokeh in the background. I was meaning to show this on cam to Ryan, but this is a little capybara that my sister made, aka Dandel Mouse, but she's not here in chat anymore. Isn't he cute? Isn't he cute? It's so weird seeing yourself in a photo and you naturally hold one side of your face. Why? Video feed is super clean. I'm glad that you like it, Hello Chef. Your name reminds me of Hello Fresh. You know, the mail order food kits or something. For some reason, I thought you were going to bite that. No. Okay, so that's it. Somehow, can you guys believe Ryan got on closer to 9? Wait, what time did he get online? Around 9, right? Can you believe it's been 4+ hours of just me talking to Ryan? This is honestly how I feel when I have video calls with him. Just the time flies by. But I guess you can understand why. It's just so interesting to talk to him. I hope that you guys have been having a good time as well. Was that lens expensive? Not at all. The Sigma 30mm f1.4 is probably one of the best, if not the single best, value lens you can get for like a crop sensor camera. It's just really, really good for how much it costs, which is about $200. 30mm prime, which ends up being about a 40mm equivalent on a full frame camera. and the bokeh's insane. It's sharp. It's just really nice. About 9:30. Okay. Eat it. New headphones. Janky, have you not seen these in a while? Or have you not seen these before? They do have a very subtle kind of cool pattern to them. Not the coolest, but there weren't that many B stock available at the time I was purchasing, so I chose the best option there, and it's not particularly flashy, but it's pretty understated. I like it. I've had these headphones for a few months now. Okay, I'm taking these off. Good conversations are the easiest to achieve time dilation. It comes up at the end of podcasts a lot. The guests will ask, how long was that? And they are shocked when it was an hour or 3 hours in the case of JRE. Do planar headphones sound significantly different than traditional drivers? I haven't used traditional driver headphones in forever, like more than a decade. So I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I can answer that well for you. Maybe a little bit different. What is that people blush? Why is it snowing? I do love talking to Ryan. Ryan is one of my favorite people on the planet. And honestly, I'm really glad that I get to share more of him. Like, honestly, I feel like he's sort of like this untapped treasure, this gold mine of insight and knowledge and wealth. And, and in some ways kind of like elevated, but in some ways really down to earth. It's just like, it's so enriching to talk to him. And I'm always like fanboying about him when I'm with him, because I'm like, Ryan, you give me so much to think about for my own life. I want other people to like meet you and talk to you and hear from you, and it's really great to be able to have this stream and share him with you guys. It sounds a little weird to say, but basically that, because like he's not somebody who particularly cares to go out of his way to preach to anybody. He literally doesn't have time for that. He doesn't care for it, and he is actually kind of against trying to convince people or like get people to listen, because most like he said, most people are just like, not to rag on people, but just like most people aren't aware. They don't care to think about such things or think in such ways. And I see a lot of value, and I was like, let's help synthesize and get some of that value into a platform where people can be enriched. It's not about him being famous, because he doesn't care about that. It's about like you guys, anyone who wants to listen, to come to hear or think about things that you maybe wouldn't have otherwise, which I'm all about in life personally. And if you're still sitting here watching the stream, you probably care about it to some extent as well. I don't think everyone is or even needs to care, but if you guys do, or anyone who does, happy to help that out. I am very excited to hear more about like what you guys think we should do. Like, Ryan is just a bundle of insight and willingness to hang out with me and talk to me. I care about like I said, the things I just mentioned about synthesizing that information and kind of like being a, let's say, an interviewer for the person who's the main attraction. I'm happy to keep doing it through Twitch. I think that there's a nice visual component, and the fact that most of you know me through Twitch and Discord and stuff. But I'm not against the idea of a podcast. I've never done one before, and I am new to podcasts, but I don't feel like it doesn't have as much of a reach, but at the same time, it has more of a reach. It just depends on what kind of audience. So I'm happy to hear ideas, and honestly, I need to hear ideas because I don't know what you guys want or what you think would make the most sense or be most impactful or effective. He's one of the best bald guys with glasses. That's really saying something. Mally would be very low ranking. Dude, you're so bad, but accurate. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. I want Ryan to build a Cherry MX board he vaguely likes on stream and talk about everything along the way, likely including how much he doesn't like it. That could be fun. He has all the gear set up to do a stream. I don't know if I'd be able to convince him to do one. We could try to, though. I would love to listen to a podcast. Choobcast. Podcast on Twitch. If anything, I could just record the audio or just take all the audio from the VOD and make that the podcast. It'll be sort of like you guys are in on the podcast because you get to ask her questions and maybe they'll get addressed or answered or whatever. But for the most part, I don't even think it would be that different. Let's say I just like did the podcast with Ryan, but then I just, let you guys see the video of us recording it live. It'd pretty much be what we were doing just now. Of course, with a little bit of chat interaction, but I could tailor or slide the scale on how much chat interaction I would want to have or not. Hello, Disco. Got that free time tomorrow at work for the VOD. Let's go! I highly recommend watching this VOD. If any of you are just getting here now, the first VOD was good too. There was a lot of good stuff there, but it wasn't as compact. So if you have the time, watch the first VOD. But this VOD was pretty darn compact and good and had really good flow and, good focused ideas. So if you only have time for one, watch this one. And it's shorter. But this is the better VOD. But if you like it and you want more, you can go to the first VOD. That's the way I would go about it. If you had a really good editor, they could take the many hours and edit into a podcast. Yo, that's a good idea. Deck, that's a really good idea. For some reason, I didn't think about the fact that I could get an editor and make it more palatable. Talk shows on Twitch. I like that. I like the idea of a talk show. I like the idea of this. It feels less performative. For better, for worse, when I do content like keyboard build and stuff, it feels like there's a right way to do it. Maybe this is kind of the pressure I put on myself, like hold myself to a standard of like, I need to do it right. I need to do it at a good pace, whatever. When really I don't, I'm kind of just saying this out loud because it's like, I'm just voicing my feelings. But yeah, stuff like this, it feels like it's just, you just talk, you have a conversation with a friend. Audio podcasts are just much easier to digest while you're doing other things. Yeah, so for example, Burley, like if you only listen to the audio portion of tonight's stream, I don't feel like you would miss anything. There weren't any visual things that I did except maybe hold my bag of chips up, but that wasn't even like, look at this. It just kind of like somebody asked and I held it up. I didn't even acknowledge it verbally, so you wouldn't have known. So I'm trying to think, would there be anything else you would have missed out on by not seeing the visual component? Interesting. Hello, Minnie. I can make a compilation of you laughing at stuff. So Minnie is going to work with the podcast editor, and everything is going to be segmented into useless Choobies laughing at stuff, and that's your montage. And then all the actual podcast stuff is the everything else. Okay, someone ban Solji. Wait, have you guys seen my glasses, by the way? I would be very, very surprised if any of you have seen my glasses. But I do have glasses that I wear before bed and in the morning when I'm feeling lazy before I put contacts in. Has anyone seen my glasses? You guys are giving me some good ideas. Can you go find me like editors on Fiverr or something? Disco, have a good night. Thanks for coming to say hello. I was gonna raid you, but now you're not streaming anymore. It's nice to have a two people talking that's not a group buy review. Yo, exactly. I feel the same way. Especially when one of those people is Ryan. I mostly just like hearing Ryan talk. I don't really need to talk. I'm just happy hearing him talk, but he's not gonna just blab. So I need to be there to kind of facilitate it. It's the Ryan show, but he doesn't know it. It's the Ryan Norbauer show. Norbauer group buy review, dude. That actually, okay, I'm writing that idea right now. That would actually be hilarious. Yes, please. Ryan group buy review. That'd be awesome. Funny guy, thanks for that follow. Yeah, I think the main editing would be to make it easier to understand. I'm fine with that. I trust whoever does it, that they would get the good stuff. Well, Deck, you're a special one. I guess you have seen me in glasses. Wait, what? Yeah. You're gonna need to prove to me when you saw. What's up, Smiling Down? Shout out to Smiling Down. Choobs is back. I am back every Tuesday. We're out here. A Ryan group buy review. Okay, what do you guys want me to do with Ryan? We've had live talks. We could do a group buy review. That would be... We'll do at least one, because honestly, that's hilarious, and I'm on board with that. And I think it would be interesting to hear Ryan's like aesthetic, his points of view on different things, because clearly he's very studied and has, you know, opinions and stuff. And designs things from a designer perspective. It's always cool to hear what designers think of things. Meme talk. What is meme talk? That give me proof as in tell me. Don't show me a screenshot. You doof. Oh, okay, that. Rich people laugh. Force him to play a video game. Honestly, that's not gonna happen. Unless it's one of the 3 games he's whitelisted. Which is like Ms. Pac-Man. The other thing that... Literally games you don't care about. Like none of you will care about. So... It's not really gonna happen, unfortunately. I'll just put it that way. I don't think he plays Galaga. I would have remembered if he mentioned that. Man, Galaga is one of those games that like starts out not hard and then just gets really stressful. I don't like it. Dumping on boomers. What did I say to dump on boomers? Oh, games that you guys are not interested in? Dude, those games are boring. Ryan explicitly said he only likes them because of sentimental attachment he has to them because he played them at a young age. But without that, he would not care. So... Boomer card. Oh. Tonight was a good night. I'm happy. Does Ryan have a favorite game? I don't think so. He hates games. Like, he literally hates games. He hates the idea of them. He won't play them. I don't think there's any ground to be made in that avenue. What is that? Oh, Minnie, you weren't here earlier? My sister makes plushies. And this is a little capybara plush. Isn't it freaking adorable? She showed like a couple other ones on last week's stream, but there's a whole bin of them. There's like whales, there's a pusheen, there's like so many different creatures and animals that my sister has made for her son, for my nephew. And they're all adorable. And I had Calvin, I asked Calvin if I could borrow this one because I love it. It's a tiny capybara. She also made a big one, like a big capybara, like about this wide and like this tall. It's like huge, like this tall, like standing up this way. My sister is awesome. She makes a lot of things. She has like 10 Instagrams, and by that I mean like 3. But if you look on her Instagram, Dandel Makes, I'll type it in. Dandel Makes. Check out her Instagram. She changed it from Dandel Sews. So, yeah, check out her stuff. Very cool. She's very talented. She's the best. The best sister. My favorite sister. So I only stream on Tuesdays. Am I on YouTube? I will stream every Tuesday, Zonic. I will usually stream once or twice more in the week. Usually Thursday, Saturday, or Friday, Saturday. It depends how I'm feeling. It depends if I have content. It depends on if I'm stuck in existential malaise. So Tuesdays, let's say, is the only stable time. Otherwise, other than Tuesday, it's kind of like, it depends. And I am very much not on YouTube. I will put the Ryan VODs on YouTube, but maybe one day I'll be more on YouTube, but I'm very, very not much on YouTube right now. I just got here. Where's Ryan? He was here for the last 4 hours. I guess you could find him in the VOD, but unfortunately he had to go eat on his West Coast time. Holy crap, if he's eating dinner, it's like I made him wait until eating dinner at like 10 o'clock in California. Yeah, my sister is really, really cool. Like, I'm not saying that just because she's my sister. If I had a boring sibling, I would probably tell you guys. I'd be like, yeah, my brother sucks. Like, he doesn't do anything with his life, you know? But my sister's actually cool. I don't have a brother, by the way. My sister's actually really cool. She has an Instagram for her car that got pretty popular, you know, for just a normal non-sponsored person. You know, it's just like her car. It's like that blue Honda Type R or something. And the Instagram's just about her car. And like, she was like doing giveaways for like things and stuff. And I was like, dude, the heck? Like, you're famous, kind of. So she has a good eye for photography, for design. You can look at her. She has a car Instagram, keyboard Instagram, personal Instagram, sewing Instagram, or making things Instagram. So that's at least 4. There's probably other ones I forgot about already. But Dandel Makes is probably the main one. You can see the stuff she makes. It's very cool. That I know of. Yeah, they got a Type R a couple years back. Honestly, I get car sick very easily. Like, I'll get headaches very easily. So it's just like one really tight suspension because sports cars or whatever, right? It's all like, and then like the stop and go from like the stick shift, it's like, it's like I can't. I can't. Like it has a bit of room and it's cool, but they live in DC, so we're driving through like stoplights all the time, you know? It's like you don't get above 40 miles per hour, if that. It's just like so much first to third gear. It's like, get a headache in like 5 minutes. Terrible. If I can commission it to foreign pig, I mean, you can ask her. It's not gonna hurt to ask her. Does your nephew call you Uncle Preston? He used to for a period of time, as in before the age of 8. He's currently 8. Before 8, before 7, he would call me Uncle Preston. Sometimes he would call me Uncle Michael because his other uncle, like Tolson's side of the family, my brother-in-law, they live in Virginia, which is close to DC, so they would see them more often. So he would spend more time with his uncle, Michael, and just be used to saying Uncle Michael, so he would call me Uncle Michael by accident. I'd be like, Uncle who? He'd be like, oh, Uncle Preston. But then after a while, he just stopped calling me Uncle Preston. He just called me Preston. There was a period of time when he called me Uncle Preston. I would call him Nephew Calvin. It's like, Uncle Preston? I'm like, yes, Nephew Calvin. 7-year-olds are amused by everything. She drives a stick Type R going up in price. Oh, cool. Kids are weird. Beats me. Kids are weird. Uncle who? Excuse me? Uncle who? I'm the cool uncle though because I play video games and stuff. It's just fun when I come by because like he gets like extended Switch playtime because I'm over. My mom will like take off the parental permissions and stuff, so he gets to play like all day. He gets very strict playtimes when it's like not his grandparents and uncle visiting. Did she have the kid before the cat? No, they always had pets, like from very early on, and then they had the kid. 3 cats and a dog. One of the cats passed away recently, last year, from cancer or something. It was sad. But now there are 2 cats and a dog and a nephew. Dude, the current 2 cats are awesome. Just awesome. Who's the other uncle? So my brother-in-law is white. My sister's Asian. My brother-in-law's white, so their whole side of the family is white. And so Calvin is a halfie if you're on the East Coast. He's a Hapa if you're on the West Coast. I think that's okay to say. Tell me if that's a bad term or something. I don't know. Someone told me that once. So he's pretty cute. He's cool. He's very spunky and like wiggles a lot. And very into Legos, which I was into when I was younger. Video games. He's currently really playing a lot of Breath of the Wild. I was like, hey, that's what my friend Minnie does. You guys are the same person. I taught him how to catch horses. Somehow I taught him how to do that when he woke me up or like jumped into my bed at like 7 in the morning and I was like half asleep. And he's like, how do you catch a horse? Or something. And I somehow told him how to catch a horse like in my sleep. Because then later in the morning over breakfast, he was like, thanks for telling me how to catch a horse. I was like, I don't remember this at all. What the heck? It's like half asleep coaching. Breath of the Wild coaching. To name the cat Hobbs. They did give him like a pet tiger. A stuffed animal tiger. Not a pet tiger. A stuffed animal. And might have named it Hobbs. But, you know, probably every single kid who's named Calvin had their parents do the same thing, so I don't know how like special that might be. I'm gonna put my keyboards away. Dude, that Nathan raid earlier was kind of nuts. I feel like we need, as a stream, like streamer, stream chat, I feel like we need something that we do, like collectively, you know, when a raid comes in. Any raid, doesn't have to be just a big raid, but just any raid. Like, we gotta do something to welcome people, to show them what we're all about. Yeah, any ideas? What should we do? That's a good idea, tinfoil. You need like a cutaway video. Tim does a karaoke song. Deck makes up another reason to drink. True. Nothing involves keyboards. I'm totally fine for do something that doesn't involve keyboards. Probably preferred. I don't know what. I don't have any special talents. Would I just boot up a game of like Tetris 99? Hey, thanks for the raid. Let's lose all our points. Wagering something. Bring out the microwave. A mannequin head. I did singing guitar, but I feel like that infringes on something else. What does that infringe on? Singing while doing yo-yo tricks and taking a shot at the same time. True? What you already do sometimes that you feel like a flex but blows everyone is type test. How do I segue into that? Oh, nice of you guys to join us. I was just gonna do a type test. And then I just launch into a 60-second typing test. Is that it? That's the play? I'm not against the idea. I feel like I just need to like have like a 1, 2, 3 step way to get into it, because I'm really bad at just like owning it without having any kind of forethought about it. Just no words. Raid comes in. Type test. I guess no segue needed. As long as I own it. As long as I just do the thing. Hey Raiders, it's type test time. You made it to a keyboard stream where there's an obligatory typing test. Let's go. Yeah, but Deck, making a cocktail's interesting. I'll go make a cocktail. You change the scene. It's cool. It's like, yo, it's got a kitchen. Nobody streams in their kitchen, dude. That's cool. And then you have all the stuff. You have an ice block, a big knife. You have glasses, and it's just cool, you know. So you don't need a segue at all. It's awesome. Do you own a sword? No, I don't own a sword. I have the Sting letter opener, which is a tiny sword based off the Lord of the Rings sword. Oh, rock paper scissors with the raider. Oh, that seems like really difficult to do. Show off a board and then type test. Okay, could do that. Would you be willing to buy a sword? I mean, maybe from James. James would probably be the best person for me to reach out to. Okay, next time. Next time we'll just straight up do the typing test. I'll just own it. Well, actually, the thing with the prediction is that it makes it a little bit more interactive, and I could totally do that. We didn't used to have that. Like, I come from the Twitch era where like there were no VIP badges. There was no gambling predictions. There was no channel point rewards. What else wasn't there that I take for granted now? There weren't a lot of, they're just, yeah, these things which were all like things that make things pretty interactive now. They weren't around before. So I think I'm still mentally adjusting. I'm a boomer. Hello, the Jonah select 1 year ago. VIP badges are older than a year. Some of the other things I mentioned are more recent, but VIP badges go pretty far back. A knighting ceremony. I could just do that with the little sword I have. Honestly, check this out. This might be way more convincing than you would expect at first. I knight thee. Like, you can tell it's sort of small if you look at it in the size of my hand, but for all practical intents and purposes, it fills up the frame. It would only be funny with a giant sword. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna get a giant sword just for the sake of doing that, I don't think. I have enough crap in my room. Okay, guys, another thing to talk about. Important special secret agenda topic for late night stream watchers. Just bet 10 subs with whoever raised to 1v1 best of 3 type raiser. Profit all your raids. Yo. I like that. I mean, I feel like everyone's going to know, but you know, I'll suggest it. It's not bad. Do you think your emotional state would benefit from buying a house? Not in any way I can actually reasonably surmise that it would. Such a random question. Oh, right. So secret agenda topic. Choobs mystery box. I know that some of you know about this. Something I want to do in the next couple months is seriously get rid of a lot of stuff in my room. If you guys have any ideas about this mystery box, how it should be done, like the form or how preferences should be given, or if it just should be completely willy-nilly up to me, ideas are all welcome. Choose mystery box, for those of you who don't know, will basically be like you sign up and pay like it's opt-in, completely opt-in. You pay like a flat fee of either $20 or $25, and then it will be me sending you a box of stuff from my room. Either there might be some keyboard items, but I always find it hard to gift keyboard items, so it won't mostly be keyboard items. It'll be like mostly board games and other little trinkets and like knickknacks and stuff that I've just accumulated over the years, and it's cool, but like not necessarily things I want to keep forever and would probably just have a better home with somebody else. And that's kind of the gist behind it. So what I'm thinking about so far is making a form that says, here are the possible items that I have to give out. Please check off anything you particularly want, and please check off anything you particularly don't want, so that I can at least try and kind of tailor it to people, so I don't send someone stuff they just don't care for, and I can optimize it a little bit more. Someone signs up, gets bad microwave with cutout cut out a bad part that was the microwave was on. Oh my gosh. Box of 10 Rubik's Cubes. I don't have any Rubik's Cubes to give people. Sorry, there's not going to be Rubik's Cubes. Okay, so the same way I did the Secret Santa, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I do want it to be a mystery, so it's not going to be like, here are all the items, you know, choose what you want. It's going to be a mystery. It's just going to be like board games, cute things, functional things, books. That's really it. It's pretty much just gonna be those things. Will there be any yo-yos? No. No yo-yos. I got rid of a bunch last time I moved already. I never had many yo-yos to begin with. I had like 2. Burnt camping desk mat? No. I'm keeping that until my grave. Until my grave. Do people say that? Yeah, I don't think there's going to be keyboard items because the keyboard items will probably just be given away during the subathon. If there's random keyboard related paraphernalia or accessories that are just laying around, they'll probably just be given away during the subathon. It's just the easiest way to do it when there's a specific dedicated audience who's interested in keyboard stuff. That would be the way to go about it. The mystery box is going to be like for other things. And I think it'll be fun. I'm just kind of terrified at how much packing is going to be required. Unless I make some standardized box sizes. I don't know. I'm afraid the logistics are going to take like forever. Ali to Hamza 2. Thanks for that follow. 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's about it for tonight, guys. It's been fun. It's been a very, very fun stream. I had a lot of fun. I would have had fun without you guys here too, just talking to Ryan, but I'm glad that you guys are here, that you ask questions, that you enjoy the content. I think I am always open, always ears. I'm all ears to suggestions about where to bring content in the future, whether it's to do with Ryan, whether it's just to do with me. Whatever. This is for you guys. So ideas always welcome. VOD will be on YouTube, yes. And sorry, I didn't mean it as like you guys didn't bring anything to the stream. I am from New Jersey, East Coast. You guys are all wonderful. And you guys are the ones I practice my finger hearts for. Because finger hearts are hard to do and require some thought and practice. Proper display angle. Yeah. What's a finger heart? This is a finger heart. Do it with me. But it might take a bit of practice. It's very deep. It's incredibly, the skill ceiling is very high. You don't know about the finger heart ELO? MMR? I'm like in silver for sure. I graduated out of bronze, but working my way up the ranks. I like your camera quality. Thank you. I like it too. We're not talking about toes here. Andy G. Kim. I don't want basic to leave. Okay, let's see. Any final thoughts? Let's drop a raid over to Epsilon. Unless there's somebody else you guys suggest that we could raid. Epsilon is the only keyboard person on right now. Good thing I banned that emote. I'm glad you did, Raz. I would have banned it if you didn't, for the record. I stand in solidarity with my mods and their actions. Pepsi Pepsi. Epsilon keyboards. Let's go. You guys are all real ones. Thanks for being my friend. Thanks for being a viewer. Thanks for participating in chat. Thanks for lurking. You guys are awesome. Much love. Tell me something to stream next or this coming week. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to stream. So, whatever. If any of you also want to be on stream, have some live talks, whatever, that would be fun. That's way less pressure and way more exciting to me as something to do. So don't be shy. Don't be intimidated. I'm a nice guy. Reach out and we can set something up. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe we will build deck switches next time. Big maybe. Third time's a charm. So we'll see. Have a good night, everybody. Oh, we need a raid message. Oh gosh. 3 seconds or something to come up with a raid message. Okay, I'm just gonna spam this. Wait, is that weird to spam that? It is a little weird. I'm just gonna do one. Let's just do one of these. That's our raid message.